Thank you so much for joining in. Joharra, do you want to introduce your channel and share what you're going to be working on?
Sure. I'm Joharra. My channel is The Witchy Reader, where I talk mostly about fantasy books that I read and write. And I will be writing today. I should probably read. I haven't really read this month, which I don't go this long without reading. But I've been so focused on my writing because I want to get this book done this month. So that's been my main focus. So I've been getting a lot of writing done though, so I've still been productive.
Yay!
So I'm working on The Vampire's Creation, which is the sequel to my most recent published book, The Realm of Monsters.
Awesome. So, if you guys don't know and you just clicked on this live show, I'm Tiffany, the book skeptic. I primarily talk about romance and contemporary. Maybe I'll be reading tonight. I guess I'll have to figure it out when we get to the actual reading sprint. I was starting this book, I just happened to find it. It's apparently like a pretty new book. It came out this year, and I was reading a little bit of it yesterday, and I don't think I'm gonna continue. I'm like, nah. What have you been reading? Like maybe not this month, but like the past couple months.
In April, I was mostly reading indie books because it was Indie April. So I was reading, and I wasn't able to finish the last series I was reading, but I did get a lot of indie books done. So I'm still in the middle of this one series that I'm really enjoying. It's actually Tabby's books. So
Awesome!
yeah, I'm on book 2, and I really enjoyed book 1, and I can't wait to continue once I have more time.
Yay! That's exciting. So, oh no. Now I already forgot how many books I read last month. What did I read? I usually have it like right there, but I don't. Hold on. What did I read last month? April. Okay, 1, 2. Okay, so I read 4 books last month, so that was pretty good. This month, at first, it was nothing. I also went on vacation, so I wasn't reading at all during vacation. But so far, I've read 2 books, so I'm gonna see how things go. Like, I'm definitely not gonna put the major pressure to read. Like, if I'm enjoying a book, great. If I'm not, let's just chillax,
Yeah. I get that. So life happens, but you've already read more than me, so for once, so be happy. You read more than me. I was actually going to participate in middle grade May. I don't know if I'll be able to read any of these series I wanted to read. But I hope I can at least read some this month. But like I said, I've just been focusing on finishing this book, so I want the first draft done this month, and then I can do the editing next month, and then hopefully get it published.
Yay! Exciting. Have you been watching anything the past couple months? Movies, shows?
Yeah. I'm actually currently I watched some more today. I've been rewatching some Grey's Anatomy. I was bored.
Nice!
Yeah, I was bored one day, and I was just flipping through what to watch, and I saw Grey's Anatomy there, so I clicked it, and it said I was already on season 7, I think, or no, season 8 of my last rewatch, and I just never finished. So I just started up from there. I am now in season 11. I'm debating if I want to continue this rewatch for at the moment, just because even though I do like this show, sometimes I'm not in the mood for it too, But also, it's kind of it. I mean, the show is still on. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but
I got to season 10 and I stopped at 11. I was like,
yeah. And I've actually watched the first 18 seasons. I have not watched season 19, and which is the current season, and it has been renewed for season 20. But season 19, the main character, the one the show is literally named after.
I know,
it's
ridiculous.
And I'm like, stop. There's no point.
It's ridiculous. It's like, if the main character of your show is leaving, stop the show. That's it.
Exactly.
Hey, Tina. Let us know what what you're going to be working on tonight.
But yeah, so I am debating on at least watching up until she leaves because I want to know how they deal with her leaving. But after she leaves, I know I'm done with this show. Like, I mean, even with Meredith on it, I had to force myself to finish season 18 because I heard that Jackson and April were returning for the finale, and I wanted to see them. That's literally the only thing that gets me excited for the show anymore is when old characters come back. So without Meredith, she's like the only thing keeping me on. But if she's leaving, I'm done.
It was weird. It was cutting out. I didn't get any of that.
Oh,
I'm breaking. I don't know what's going on. It's weird. So Tina says, I've watched, I think, 16 seasons of Grey's Anatomy. I am reading Affair Royale, or Royale, I don't know, by Nora Roberts. Awesome. So how many books now have you read this year, Joharra?
I don't know. Probably not that many, especially since I haven't been reading this month. I'll have to check Goodreads, but I'm probably way behind. I was starting to catch up with my reading goal, but then this month happened, and I was just been writing and not reading. So it's I'm probably really behind on my reading goal, but I'm logging into Goodreads because I have no idea.
Yeah. Hello. Please share what you're going to be working on tonight. I've read 15 books now.
Yeah.
I'm very proud of myself because my goal's been 20. And so 15 books, I'm pretty proud of myself because, reading was difficult last year. And even this year has been a little tricky.
Yeah. Mine's 22 books. I'm 15 books behind schedule.
Okay. I'm reading The Light We Lost by Jill Santopolo, if that's the way the last name is said. Awesome. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, so I don't know if you've ever heard of this readathon, but I've been doing the Shrekathon the past couple days. Do you know that one?
No.
No? Okay. It's a readathon based on Shrek and stuff like that. So, like I said, I read 2 books, so those are down. So, I don't know. I might be reading more to fulfill those prompts, but we'll see. Your goal is 20? Yeah, it's amazing that I got that far for me. Yeah, it's been going pretty good so far. Like, I don't know if I surpass 20 really early, I don't know if I'll make my goal bigger. I don't really know. I don't know. Gonna see how many books I end up reading.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you already saw Joharra, but Robin will be here shortly, so
I did. Okay.
Yes, that's good.
Do you want to go ahead and start sprints?
Yeah. All right, guys. 30?
Sure.
Sound good? Okay. Let's see. 1. Okay. Oh, now I choose the 42. Of course. All right. All right, guys. We'll see you in 30 minutes. All right, guys, how were your sprints?
Hi. Sorry, I'm like showing like more than 15 minutes late without Starbucks, but yeah, things just
Nice. Gotta treat yourself, right?
right. Yeah, I got a little work done. Right now I'm working on editing someone else's work. And I got about like half a page done in like I don't know, I think like 5 minutes I came in to this sprint, so that's pretty good.
Yeah. I didn't end up doing much work except for cleaning around the room. So, I had to take care of business. So, I was productive with what I needed to do, but
Right. It
yeah.
looks like you have like a new like bedspread.
Oh, actually, I have had this, but usually I have a blanket over it. So,
Oh, okay. So it's just the
yeah,
first time I'm
that's why
seeing
it looks
it.
kind of new. So, Brenda says, hello, sorry I'm late. I'm currently reading Why We Love Serial Killers. Ooh, interesting. That's cool.
Is that a nonfiction book?
Hmm.
I'm curious. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she usually reads true crime. Sorry, I'm a little late. I wanted to finish my thought before I lost it.
Understandable.
How did
How'd
you
you
guys'
find
sprints go?
I was sharing. I just cleaned my room, so I got I got to be productive with what I needed to do, but it wasn't like reading or anything.
You're still productive, so that's good.
Yeah, exactly.
How about you, Robin?
I came in like near the end-ish of the sprint, so I didn't get too much done, but I got a little done,
That's
and
good.
I'm like, yeah, I'm ready to go. Ready for more.
Yeah. I'm working on the Vampire's Creation. You weren't here when we said what we were working on, and
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really gotten any reading done at all this month because I've been so focused on writing.
Mm-hmm.
I want to finish the first draft of this book this month, so that has been my main focus. And I've actually been making a lot of progress, and I'm very happy with how it's going.
Yay!
Awesome.
And I made progress during this sprint. I'm currently writing a dream sequence, and that dream sequence is almost over. So, and then I'll start the next scene.
Awesome.
Nice.
So Tina shared, read about 10%. Awesome job. I got about 150 words down during the sprint. Awesome. Look at you guys doing such a great job. So Robin, one thing we were talking about was how many books we've read so far this year now. How about you? Like,
I think I read 32. So I finally upped my reading goal to 100 books.
Okay.
I read 34 so far. And as soon as I put it up, I was in a reading slump, and I went from being like 4 books ahead for the 100 book challenge to like I think I'm 3 books behind right now.
Okay.
So, but I'm gonna keep it, and I'm just gonna see how it goes, because there's been months where I've read like 10 or 12 books.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the last month I only read 3, and then this month, what did I read? I read 5 so far, which is pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah. I may bring mine down. It depends. I'm gonna give it a few more months, and if I don't catch up, because I'm really behind on my reading goal now that I haven't really read this month because I've been writing. So I'm like 15 books behind schedule.
Oh no.
This is gonna be hard to come back from.
I don't know. You never know what's gonna happen.
True.
Yeah.
I read like smaller books, like originally this month I was gonna read middle grade because it's middle grade May.
Yeah.
But and it's all the books I wanted to read this month anyway were rereads. So those are always easier to get through because you've read them before. So I could still read those next month, even though it'll no longer be middle grade May. I've just been so focused on writing that, and then the other day I was like, wait a minute, have I read like at all this month? And I was like, I'm very surprised at myself because I usually, even whenever unless I'm on like a slump, I usually get I'd say a fair amount of reading done, like at least a few books per month,
Yeah.
But it's already the 17th and I've got 0 books done because I've just been writing nonstop.
Mm-hmm. So my goal has been 20 books, and now I am at 15 books. So I've been doing
Ooh,
good.
almost
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, so I've read 2 books so far this month, and at first it was pretty like nothing was really getting read. Plus, I went on vacation for like a week, so
Mm-hmm.
like that whole time I just wasn't really reading. But the past couple days, I've read 2 books now, so we're gonna see how things go. And I actually did read a challenge book. I read a thriller. So
Oh
yay!
my gosh, yay!
Yeah, but what it was, I was like, oh, this is like it was unsettling in a bad way, not in the way that you want it to be. And
Yeah.
even apparently, I was looking at the reviews, and even fans of this author are like, oh, this is the worst she's ever done. So
Oh
it's like, okay.
no.
But I'm I watched someone, they had like their April wrap up, and they were talking about this one book. It's called The Housemaid. I've heard a few people talk about it. It's just a longer book though. Sometimes I need like a shorter book. That's why I read
Yeah.
that book. But this one, like I started it right before vacation, so I don't know. Like I might still get into that book. I don't know. I think I need like a lighter book right now, and then I'll
Mhm.
go into more the thriller type thing. So gonna see how it goes, but I hope for the best because it's like, come on, let's do these challenge videos or challenge books and videos.
Yeah. That's awesome. So where'd you go on vacation? I don't think I've asked that.
Yeah, so it was basically our annual visit to Illinois. And
Oh,
what was
okay.
exciting was we actually got to do a visit to the city of Chicago. I haven't been able to do that since like COVID, so like
Yeah.
3 years ago before COVID had its whole thing. So that was really nice. So much walking, but so many things were different. Like I don't know if have you guys well okay, I'm sure you've been there, right, Joharra? Chicago?
I actually haven't, no.
Oh, okay, all right. How about you, sorry, Robin?
I've only been in the airport
Okay,
just
okay.
for layovers, so I really haven't
Yeah,
been
yeah, yeah, yeah.
outside. Yeah.
Understandable. Yeah, so basically there's this. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I haven't been outside of the
Okay,
airport.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically there's this building, 900, and I always loved this place. They had this amazing pizza place, Frankie's, for years, and unfortunately,
Ooh.
eventually they got rid of it. But they had like some really nice things. And as a kid, it was really exciting to go there. Sometimes that would be where we would park. So we'd park the car in the parking garage, and then we'd go walk through the whole thing. And it had a lot of places to go in this big building. Um, and so we went in there, and at first it didn't occur to me that they changed everything, and it was very frustrating. I was like, no, everything's
What?
different. And they have way more, like, they took the character away from the building. Like, everything's just so stale and minimalist. And I'm like, what happened? Um, but one nice thing that was in there is they did add a bookstore. So I checked that out. So that was
Oh,
nice.
cool.
And I did end up finding a book that I think could be good, so I added it to my TBR. And I was actually considering getting the book because it was signed, and like this
Yeah.
author was local to Chicago, so I was like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." But I decided not to. Like, when it's one of the independent bookstores, sometimes they're like really expensive, and I'm like, "Well, I don't know." Also, we couldn't really buy too many things because like the car that we drove, so the car that we had, it was like everything was stuffed in there, all the luggage we had, so it's like, well, we can't buy too much. And I don't know, I ended up not getting it, but it was nice to check out Chicago. It'd been a really long time. I feel like we went to places that I haven't really gone to.
Mhm.
It was still nice, and we got to spend time with some family and friends. And I finally got to try an escape room. I've never done that before, so that was
Ooh.
really cool. Have you guys done it?
I've done
I
one
have a few
once
times when I was
years
living in Florida. Yeah, I went there a couple times
ago.
with an ex-friend of mine.
Awesome. So this was an escape room. Apparently, like this place, they kind of more redid their name and everything because apparently it was at first like something massacre house or haunted house or something, and
Oh.
then they also had escape rooms beside haunted houses.
Mm.
So we didn't exactly know what we were in for. And so then, even though they did not say it, because they had different options for the escape room, but this one, they used to be able to say it, but apparently, like copyright or something. But basically, the escape room we ended up doing was inspired or themed after the movie Saw, and I'm like, what? I was a little like, wow, okay.
Cool.
That would be fun.
Well, it would be fun for you, right?
Yeah.
So we get closer. Oh, there was like this whole thing with like security cameras. That way, like the people can give you hints and stuff and see how you're doing. Like if you're freaking out, they can get you out of there, whatever. And
Mhm.
there was a crew member there, and they are dressed up really creepily, like some psycho. Like they had some sort of leather stuff going on, blood on the fake blood, of course. But I was like, nope, I'm not cool with that. So then we kept going, and before we get in, he's like giving us the instructions and stuff, and he's like, I need a volunteer. And I was like, oh no, I'm not volunteering. And then unfortunately it was my mom and our family friend, and they're like, come on, like you wanted to do this. And it's like, I didn't agree to volunteer. And then he's like, oh, it's not scary. And I'm like, okay. So I follow him, and then he's like, okay, so like he leads me, it's like really dark in there. So he leads me to this little section. It's like smaller than a closet space. And so then he's like, okay, so there's this shovel here. This magnet, there's a magnet attached to this wall. Don't put the shovel there. It's gonna be really hard to take off. And then he's like, okay, do you have any questions? And I'm like, nope. And so then he shuts the door, and I was stuck in there for over 15 minutes because there was some confusion with what the way to answer things. And if I had been the one not in there, I would have figured it out way faster. So it was very frustrating at first. We only ended up getting halfway through, but it was interesting. But it's not quite like I thought. Like I'm pretty good at puzzles, but it was very different than I expected. But it was very interesting.
Nice.
Yeah. I've heard that some people at the end of the year, if they haven't met their goal, they move it to the amount of books they read. Yeah, I kind of did something like that a couple of years ago.
Yeah, last year, I didn't think I was gonna hit my Goodreads goal, so I think near the endish of November, I put it to like just a book or two above mine because I was like I could get at least a couple books more done. But then December came and I read a whole bunch, and then I ended up hitting my original Goodreads goal.
Mm-hmm. So Tina says, I've never been to Chicago. That sounds pretty intense. Yeah. I've never done an escape room. It seems fine. But not soft or scary at all. Yeah. No, because so we got halfway through. There was a lot of confusion. Like there was so much, like I'm sure someone who had done escape rooms for a while would have figured it out. But like this one only had like a 50% it was 30%. Only 30% of people had escaped the room. So it was really, really difficult. And so he's like, do you want to see the rest of this? Because we only had an hour. So then, we ended up losing. So he showed us, so he's like, oh yeah, so you would have finished this here, you go through this, there's a Simon Says thing, and then there was like this thing, it was like halfway, so we had to crouch down and go through, and apparently they had this, I don't know what it is, one of those props from one of the Saw movies, they won it at auction, so, the actual movie, they had other things, like there were bodies and stuff, and there was like, this chair was one of those tortured chairs. And apparently later on, you were going to have one of the people was like a sacrifice. And that's like, oh man, this sounds nuts. And so then he opens this door and it was like a freezer sort of room. And it was all these limbs. I know it's not real, but I was like, nope, I'm not doing this. Like, I'm so glad we didn't end up finishing it. I wouldn't have been able to handle that part. I would have been like, can't do it. Like I one glance and I was like, nope, I'm not even looking. So I definitely want to try an escape room again, but not a scary one. Like that was like no. But apparently they had worse ones. Like one was like you were in a mental asylum or something, and they had an actual crew member that would be the killer and chase you around. I'm like, I'm so glad we didn't do that one. That would have been terrible.
It's about that I kind of want to do one of these horror theming ones. I've never done a horror theme yet, and I love horror, and I really would love that. I've never actually seen these movies, but I do want to eventually. But I know enough about them, and that just seems so cool, and I would love to do that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, like I think it might be a little far for you, but it is in Illinois, so if you want, I could send you the information on it if you ever wanted to try it,
Yeah, thanks.
So it's on my bucket list, but I'm too cowardly for horror theming. Yeah, can't do it. Can't do it. Nope, nope. Not scary stuff. Also, that was one thing. He was like, oh yeah, there's gonna be like loud noises and banging and stuff. It's like, I don't know. It ended up not really being like that. I thought so, but it really wasn't. But like there was like this Morse code stuff going on, and I don't know Morse code. Fortunately, our family friend ended up knowing what Morse code was, but it was so annoying because it was flashing, but it was also this noise. And the worst thing is, once we figured that part out, it just kept going. It was so annoying. It was so loud. It's like, please stop. Also, it was really difficult because it was really, really dark. Even though we had some light, it was just difficult. But there's this one part I really liked, and I thought it was cool. So basically, eventually, we needed this key. And so, like I said, there was like this one part of the room that I had been stuck in for like over 15 minutes. And like I said, it was like a magnet thing. And so apparently there was something there was like some sort of thing that was changed there. It was like its own magnet, so you can move it around. And so on the other side was this key, and it had a maze around it, so you had to get the key out. And so basically it was one person had to instruct the other person that was there for the magnet. And so you move the magnet around, and so it attaches to the key. And as you go through it, like that was like probably my favorite part of it, because it's like it's more something that you could figure out, But other things, like if he hadn't given some hints, but besides the fact it was just really, really difficult. It's like, what is going on? But it was definitely interesting. Oh, and I was very happy. So apparently, where we live, there's just not that many places, like pet stores and things. Like maybe there's an animal shelter, but not like pet stores to see puppies and things. So I was able to go to Petland in Illinois, and it was so awesome because I got to see these really cute dogs. I got to see these cute golden. I got to see this adorable husky. It was so sweet. So that was definitely a fun part to have happen. But and I got to eat the food I haven't had in almost a full year, so that was really nice. Yes.
Nice. Sounds like it was a really good vacation.
Yeah, but I am glad to be back home. I just hate hotels.
Oh yeah, I get ya.
And it was really nice because my cat, like, usually she's pretty like, hey, you guys are around, whatever. Unless she wants to, then she's gonna be all nice. But it was so sweet. Like she was purring. She did the thing that cats do, where like you have your hand here, and then its head brushes against you and things like that. Like she was actually being so nice, and I was like, oh, I wish she would stay like that all the time. But that's just not her type of thing. But I'm glad that sometimes, like when she gets lonely, she'll be like, oh, hello.
Yeah. Hey, Robin, have you did you ever end up finishing the Nightmare on Elm Street movies?
I didn't. I don't think they're on HBO anymore.
Oh really?
Yeah, cause I was looking for something to watch the other day when I wasn't feeling well, and I couldn't find them.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Hopefully you'll be able to finish them eventually.
Hopefully they'll be back on in October or something, or they'll be on some streaming service in October, and then I'll watch them then.
Yeah. They are harder to find. They're like 80s movies and stuff, so they can be pretty hard to find.
I'm kind of annoyed though because then I was gonna watch The Thing and I started watching it, but I realized that it was like the 2008 version, and I'm like, I wanted to watch like the 1980 version first, you know, and I couldn't find the 1980 version at all on like any of the streaming sites. So
Yeah,
yeah, I'm having a hard time finding the older stuff, but like that's what I
yeah,
want to watch.
yeah. Older stuff can be very hard to find. I know there's this one show. It's actually from the 70s, and it has the very first canon gay character in TV history.
Mm-hmm.
And that who flat out says he's gay. And um, that show is really hard to find. I finally found it a little while ago. At least the first 2 seasons, which is okay because seasons 3 and 4 pretty much suck. They really
Mm-hmm.
went downhill after the first couple of seasons. But the first I can't speak. First couple of seasons were really funny, and I finally
Mm-hmm.
found them and was able to watch them. I don't know if they're still on or they've taken off, but there's also an 80s show, Walker Texas Ranger. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it or whatever. It has Chuck Norris as the main character, and
Mm.
I finally found it. I can't remember where I found it now, so I'm going to have to look through all my streaming services again because I found it, but now I don't remember which streaming service I found it at.
Yeah.
I have not yet started watching it um, because it was kind of me and my dad thing, and I'm not sure if I'm like
Yeah.
the new Fast and Furious movie. It comes out this month, I think. And that was something I always watched with him, so I'm kind of scared to watch it without him, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But older shows can be very hard to find.
Mm-hmm. Unless you already answered this question.
Soap. It's called Soap. It's basically making fun of soap operas. And the first couple of seasons were really hilarious. Like it went so extravagant with making fun of soap operas, and it was so funny. Some of these storylines, but yeah, the first couple of seasons is really funny.
Mm-hmm. Nice.
I think it was Tubi that I found it on, which is free if you want to check it out.
Nice. So she says, I think I've heard of that. Nice.
That's me because it's it's very old, and I don't know anyone except for my mom who's even heard of it or seen it.
Yeah. Have you, Robin, have you gotten to watching anything, movies or shows recently?
Well, I've been, oh my god, like I feel like we haven't done these in ages, so I'm like,
No,
what
we
have
really
we
haven't. Yeah.
done since we last talked? Well, the current show I've been rewatching Sailor Moon, the 90s version of it, because I like the animation just a little bit better. So that's been really fun. What else? Like movie wise, I watched Eraserhead for the first time the other night, which was like it kind of like helped me sleep because it's just such a slow paced movie, which I feel like is such a weird thing to say because it's so disturbing at the same time. But that was really fun. What else? Oh, I think you mentioned, Tiffany, that you wanted to watch the Weird Al movie.
Yeah, I have seen it.
Have you seen it yet?
Yeah.
I watched that too, fairly recently. I really liked it. What did you think?
I actually wasn't a fan, but can I just say, since you mentioned the Weird Al movie, I'm kind of thinking your hair right now is kind of matching it, you know?
I know it's fine. Everyone has pointed it out at this point. And yeah, like the first time I like put on a Hawaiian shirt after getting my perm, I'm like, oh dang it. I look like Weird Al.
Now you know what your Halloween costume will be, right?
I don't know if I'm gonna have this hair for that long, but yeah, no, I'm trying to embrace it for now. And I have a sense of humor about it. But yeah, no, I thought the movie was pretty good. I thought like
Okay.
it well parodied like what like musician biopics usually have. So I really appreciate that. And I thought it's like the first time I've seen Daniel Radcliffe in something that like he actually felt like a different character rather than just this is Daniel Radcliffe.
Yeah, right.
Have you seen Now You See Me?
I haven't seen that one yet. He's in that?
He's in the second one, and I probably shouldn't say it because I don't know if you plan to see it. It's kind of a huge spoiler, so I won't say it. But there's a huge twist with this character in it.
Oh wow! Okay,
but those two movies are really good. I do highly recommend them.
I've seen quite a bit of movies that he's been in since Harry Potter, but yeah, most of them I just like I can't like not see him as Daniel Radcliffe. Like I've seen like Woman in Black. Well, I saw Kill Your Darlings. I feel like there's more.
I think I've only seen him in Harry Potter.
But, like, yeah, both of those roles, like, himself.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah.
Tina says, I recently cut and got thin, like, side bangs. And I look like a character that I really don't like. Aww.
Oh, no. Who do you look like, Tina? Who don't you like? Yeah, I'm like, at least, like, there's, like, more problematic celebrities I could look like than Weird Al, I guess.
Yeah. No, like, I certainly wasn't trying to insult. It was just funny, like, you bring up Weird Al and it's like, wait a second,
no.
I'm seeing double.
It's fine. Like, the one time I was just, like, hanging out with one of my friends and he was just like, oh, like, maybe I'm, like, a little too high right now, but you look exactly like Weird Al. And I'm like, no, I definitely had that thought before. So now he'll make fun of me for it. Yeah.
That's so funny.
Rafe Cameron. I don't know who that is, but also I don't watch that show.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Oh no. I mean, it's kind of a cute hairstyle though. I feel like you could really pull it off. Yeah, I feel like that would look really cute.
Oh, okay. That's not bad. Speaking of hair, when I was on vacation, so we have so it was my mom's work friend, and I also have talked to her. So we were spending time with her one day, and then we had gone to my favorite restaurant, and the waitress happened to have this style of hair. So they had the pixie cut, and I'm just like, I remember my pixie cut, and like I'm letting my hair grow out right now, especially because I had gotten all that hair treatment with the hair color. So it's like I'm not gonna cut it off, but now I'm kind of like, remember how nice and easy it was to have the pixie cut. So I'm kind of thinking about it, thinking of getting it back.
Yeah, I was like, I'm definitely gonna shave my head again. And then today I was like to my roommate, I'm like, should I shave my head today? Because like I want to do it. It's gonna happen, but it's like I don't know if I'm gonna do it now. I didn't do it now. I washed my hair and it looks really nice, so I'm gonna keep it. But I'm thinking like first day that it hits 100 degrees, I'm gonna shave my head.
Yeah. Speaking of that temperature, so we went there, and it's early May, so sometimes temperature isn't that great. So some days it was kind of cool, some days it was warm enough, and it was funny because it said the day that we were going to Chicago that it was going to be kind of cold.
Yeah.
But then we get there, and I'm like, okay, I can't wear this. This is so hot. But it was still in like 70 something degrees. We get back 90.
Yeah.
Of course.
You missed it. Yeah.
I was like, oh no. I'm saying we get back here, it's 90 degrees.
Oh, okay.
So that was my mistake. No, it's been like, oh my gosh, it's so hot. It's like, oh man. It worked out, like it's the projections of the temperature in Illinois ended up being way warmer than they said. So it was like, well, that was good. But sometimes it was cold. I was like, I don't like the cold. I don't know.
I love the coal. For me, I have to have long hair. If whenever I do cut it, I only do the dead ends, which I really need
Yeah.
to, because I haven't done it for a hot minute. I'm okay with short hair on other people. Like you guys do you, but me, I have had short hair before and I hated it. Last time I cut my hair because I wanted to change, that was middle school, and I was like, I'm never doing this again. When I pull my hair out, that is permanent. It will stay, and it has stayed. And I do not plan to ever cut my hair except for dead ends for the rest of my life because I love long hair.
Yeah. So Tina says short hair is so much easier. Exactly. So much easier to deal with, but I've been growing my hair out because I need to be able to have a ponytail. Yeah, that can be nice. Also, the last time I saw myself with long hair, I was 14. Interesting. Very interesting. No, the last time I had like really, really long hair, like I've had long-ish hair, like hair that works. But last time it was like to my elbow, about here, or maybe even to like the middle of my back. Like I looked really good during that time. Like it was really nice, but it's also like that was the whole reason I had cut it. I cut 9 inches off, and it was still really long. Like it was like here at that point. But it was just getting so hot, and it's actually funny when I cut it because it was like during winter, and I was like, it's too hot. I can't handle it. It was just too much. Also, it just sucks how long you have to there's so much shampoo and conditioner you have to use on it and all the maintenance. But I think I'm dealing with it, and also like the people that had finalized the hair color that I currently have. I mean, currently it's growing out, but most of the color, like they put some sort of treatment in the hair that's like done really good for the hair. Like it looks really, really good. Like sometimes I could just wake up and it looks fine. Like it looks like I brushed it out and I didn't. And I was like, oh, look how nice that is. It could be so frustrating when you brush your hair and brush your hair and it looks like you did nothing. It's like, what? So frustrating.
Sorry.
Yeah. I got my first haircut when I was 7, so it was very long before most of my life I've had a bob. Interesting. Very interesting.
Nice. Yeah, my hair is currently, whenever it's like not up or at all, like if it's just completely down, my hair's been brushed, it goes a tiny bit past my waist.
Okay. For the last like 4 years, I've been shaving my head on and off, different styles, and I loved it. Ooh,
Yeah.
cool! I didn't know that. That's so cool. But I'm happy to have my bob back. Nice. Yeah, I remember for the longest time, because it wasn't up to me, but my mom had always given me bangs for so long, and finally in 4th grade, I was able to like grow it out. But then also, I cut my hair to like here. I mean, it was cute enough at the time. Like I was like 9, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But I'm glad I haven't done anything like that. Like obviously, I had the pixie cut, but it grows differently, And now I can kind of like put like the thing that smooths out your hair and other things. I can do fun things with it. But at the time, I mean, when I was a kid, like it was no problem. But if I were to look at it now, I'd be like, not a fan. It's interesting with hair how much it can change your look. Would you guys be interested in another sprint?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Whoops. What did I just do? Okay, I'm back. This thing can be so silly. Okay. All right, guys. We will be back in 30 minutes. Happy sprinting! All right, guys, how were your sprints? Well, thank you so much for being here, Tina.
And like a jump scare when you were like, when you
I'm
came
so
back.
sorry. I'm so sorry.
It was like the clicking of the mouse, and I'm like, what's going on?
Oh, that's
Like,
so funny.
yeah, it was like something like not functioning. No, I got
How
like
was that?
super involved in it. I also ate too while I was working, so I got 2 things done. I got that done, and then I'm on like the last page of this, and then I'm done editing. So that's really exciting for me, and yeah, I'll definitely get it done next sprint.
Yay! Tower said I got another 200 words down.
Woo!
Great job. Awesome.
Good job, Towers.
I didn't end up reading much. I was just kind of hanging around, but then I was looking up. Where even was I? I guess I was just on Kindle or something. No, I was on Goodreads, and it ended up I was like looking at my Goodreads challenge, and then there was like this little tab that's like, oh, here are books that are like the books you've read so far this year. So then I found 2 books that were thrillers. One of them I just wasn't interested in, but this other one I started reading. It's called Don't Let Her Stay. And so basically, the main character is this wife and mom, and her husband has this daughter, like I guess from a different marriage. And so she hasn't talked to her dad in the 2 years since this wife has been married to him. And so now she's come back, and so they're letting her stay. And apparently that's a really bad idea. And I just finished the prologue, and it's like, oh my goodness, this girl sounds crazy. So I'm kind of excited. I hope it's good.
Yeah, that sounds awesome. I'm glad you're not turned off from thrillers just because the one you read already.
Yeah, exactly.
Was a
Like
good example.
yeah, like it was definitely a weird one because it's like, she just comes home. This is the other book. She just comes home, and her husband says, "Don't go," or "Don't go there," and or "Don't go in there." That's like the title of the book, and it's in the basement, and there's something in the basement, and then there's like revelations about all the things, and I don't know. It was like something that was there, and I thought it could be interesting. I'm sure if I had actually looked at the synopsis again before I read it, I would have been like, no, I don't know. I should have checked. But obviously, like, reviews can be kind of unreliable because obviously there's people that you would disagree with, and they would hate something and then love something else or whatever. But no, it was just well, the problem for me is like I like to root for a character, and there was really no one to root for, and like how are you supposed to enjoy something? And also, it's like I really like things that have a lot of progression, and the point of the book is that this takes place during one night, and it's just, like I had that problem with that movie, The Breakfast Club. I mean, I didn't really watch it fully, but I have a problem when it's like you're only in one place, and that's like I just no. I need more things happening.
Right. Yeah.
So, what about you, Joharra? How was your progress?
Good. I finished the dream sequence and finished a whole other scene. It was a bit of a shorter scene. And yeah, so it's going really well. This chapter is titled Paranoia, and because they think that the main villain is dead, but he's not.
Oh
And
no!
the character's the only one that is sure he's still alive, so everyone else thinks she's kind of going insane, even though she's not the insane type. And so they're all worried about her because this was her tormentor, and they're just afraid that she's not like ready to like move on because it has been her life for like 1,000 years, so she doesn't know what to do without fighting him. Like this has been her entire point of living. So they're like, oh, she just doesn't know how to live with him dead, but he actually isn't dead, and she's actually right. So
Wild.
kind of complex.
Yeah.
Robin, you said before I came back on, you said that you were editing.
Yeah. I'm editing someone else's work in 2 pages and then I'm done. So I'm pretty pleased with it.
Nice.
Yay.
Are you still willing to be my beta reader for my Scooby-Doo retelling?
Yeah, that one I would like to do.
Okay, because after this one, like I said, I want to try to get this out by the end of next month, and then for the rest of the year, I'm going to kind of go back and forth between the third book in this series and the Scooby-Doo retelling. But I might put a little bit more of a focus on the retelling just because I want. It's kind of going to be a little bit of like a tribute to my dad as well. I even have a character, one of the main characters' dads, who's heavily inspired by him, and I've never done that with a character before. Had them be inspired by someone I know or knew in real life, you know. But and I also want to publish it on what would have been his next birthday. So.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
So I plan to be working on that a lot soon. I just want to finish this book since I'm almost there.
Yeah. Awesome.
It's really hot over here.
Yeah, it's 91 where I'm at right now.
Oh, I don't know what the temperature is where I'm at. Let me check.
I don't know what the temperature is either. I just know it's been in like the 80s and I don't like it. I don't do heat. I told my mom the other day, could we move to Antarctica and live with each other? She did not like that idea.
So apparently earlier it was 88, but right now it's 84 where I'm at. But yeah, so it's like kind of cooler, you know? Yeah, like on the day that it was 90 something, it was we were like it was finally we had like it was finally dark out, so we didn't have to deal with the sun. So it's like, oh, it'll be decent, a little cooler off, and it was still hot. It's like, oh, it's thick out, you know? So but you know, I definitely prefer heat versus cold. I can't handle the cold.
I'm the opposite of the heat. I'd rather cold.
Yeah, I know you like the cold. Yeah, I can't deal with it. I don't know even how I got to thinking about it, but there's also something I forgot to share, Robin. While I was in Chicago, I got to visit the American Girl stores.
Really Yay! Cool. Oh, yeah. That must have been so fun.
Yeah, it really was. And I was like I love miniatures, and besides the fact that I already love American Girl, and I was kind of wanting to get some stuff. I was like, oh my gosh, look how cool they are. But I definitely am gonna share, like, because I took some pictures of some of the things I had. I'm definitely gonna. I think I will have a video coming out soon, which will be basically like my Chicago trip, and I'll have the pictures that I took there. But I did get to see the one that I had sent you, the one with the historical 90s girls, and it was wild. It was so wild.
Oh my god, that's so weird to me.
I know, it's crazy. But it was really funny because we ended up talking to this really nice lady who worked there. And yeah, like she started talking to us because we were talking about how crazy it is to have something be historical for the 90s. And she's like, well, we also have the 80s right here. And it's like, well, to me, I think of the 80s. Yeah, like that was my parents' generation. That was like long ago. But the 90s, it was like right before I was around. Like that's just crazy.
I think even the 80s was a little bit weird for me, even though I wasn't alive at all in the 80s, but being that it's so, like, close to, when I was born.
So like, you can relate to what I'm saying with the 90s.
Yeah.
The 90s for me is the 80s for you, and things like that. It's like, what's going on?
For me, it's
the 90s.
Well, I was born in the 90s,
Yeah.
So
I was too, but it was at the very end of the 90s.
Are you 99? Are you 1999?
Yeah, last month of 99. It
Oh
was like the
my
very
god, yeah.
end of
Like
99.
you got in there at the last second.
That's so funny.
That's so funny. Yeah, it's weird because like yeah, I feel like it's the parents that are gonna buy these dolls for the kids are born in those years, like either the 80s or the 90s. Like that's really weird to me.
Yeah, exactly. That is a good point. But
Like to
yeah, like
contextualize that.
one thing that was nice when we went, like basically like the spring break was basically over and it was a school day. Obviously, there were still plenty of people in Chicago, plenty of people walking around, but it was definitely way less than the norm. And it was really nice in American Girl store because there was almost no one there, so I could take as many pictures as I wanted. And like there were plenty of generations, and so there was the one with the I see your cat, Joharra, behind you.
Oh my goodness, hello.
I think the cat wants inside.
Oh, it's like, let me in.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, but she had kittens.
Oh my
I knew it was gonna happen. You said it was a girl and boy. I was like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I figured as much.
I need to see photos of the kittens. That's so
yeah,
cute.
yeah, I see the kittens.
I don't think I have any photos of the kittens, but I can try to take some and send them to you.
Yeah.
Cool. Anyway, I ended up seeing one that was like it was like one wall was like set with the 80s.
Yeah.
The doll from the 80s. So there were all these 80s style outfits and whatever else. And then they had like Pac-Man and other things. Yeah, like they had a straight up one of the actual game kind of things. So you could, I don't know if you could actually play it or if it was just there to sit there, but it was really cool. Also, it was so cool because I don't know if you were already aware of this. They have a Harry Potter section. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I was so surprised. I was like,
wow.
Harry Potter. It was really, really neat. They had like the little witch's hat. They had Hedwig. They had all sorts of things, and they had all the the proper robes for each of the houses, and it was really neat. Like I was just fangirling. I was gushing. I was like, oh my gosh, this is so cool and fun. It was really nice because my mom ended up not going to Chicago, so it was me, my dad, and my brother. My brother went somewhere in the water tower place, and then my dad and I were, there. And yeah, like it was just really fun because like sometimes it's like, will my dad have a nice attitude for this girly thing? But no, he was pretty impressed with it too. Like there was this thing that actually for American Girl wasn't that expensive, even though it was still expensive to buy. It was like $600, but it was huge. It's like, wow, that's it. Like it was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Like I said, I took the pictures, and yeah, like I took one of the. They have the little magazines. I used to be on the mailing list, so that way I can see it a little bit better. But it was really cool. It was really fun. I love that kind of thing because, like, I'm not the spending type. Like, I really want to hold on to my money, and like, eventually, I'm gonna have to pay. Like to live somewhere and obviously car payments and whatever else. So it's like I just don't want to like just spend money, but also I have no idea what to spend money on. Like I'm not like nowadays you don't really need to spend money on movies. I'm not spending money on books. So like there's not like something that I want to spend money on. And then I'm the South American girls like, but it's so fun, at least to look at. It's like
I love to spend money. I mean I can save it like if I'm trying to save it for whatever reason, but if I have that extra money to spend, I love to spend it. Like I mean I don't really buy movies and stuff because you can usually buy them online or something. I know I usually buy YouTube movies, so they're on my YouTube. If I can't find them on one of my streaming services. But I collect things. I mean, first of all, I do prefer to own physical books, so there's that. Plus, I like to collect things. I have a whole bunch of bears everywhere, and Harry Potter stuff and skeletons, witchy things. So every time I see something that I like, I'm like, oh my god, I want this. Do I have the money for it right now?
Yeah, right. It was also really cool. Um, like, it really has been so many years since I saw anything to do with American Girl. I don't know if you knew this, Robin, but now they have like the dolls have dolls. So they're little mini dolls.
I
And
think I remember seeing like
you
the
have seen it.
miniatures.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so wild. So they had a doll, and then there were like the standard pets, but then they had the mini pets, and it was
Oh, that I didn't know about. Yeah, I
yeah, it
remember
was
the
very
standard
wild.
pets.
Yeah, it was very cool. I was like,
That's so cute. Oh, yeah, I
yeah,
would love to just walk around.
yeah,
The
it was
American
so
Girl
much fun.
store.
And it was wild too. Like besides just like a change of some things, the upstairs, because it has 2 floors in Chicago. They definitely had things very different upstairs. Like it was interesting going to Chicago because there were different buildings that had a lot of changes. And I'm like, I don't like when things
Mm,
change. I'm like, I'm used to one thing and I like it the way it is. And I'm like, why are you changing things? Like obviously you're gonna update the doll, but
yeah.
the layout, I was a little salty. I was like, wait a second, what have you done? But it was
I
still really, really fun.
when I first moved back to Illinois, I moved in. My mom and siblings still stayed in Florida. I moved in with my dad, who had already moved back to Illinois because, like me, he didn't like Florida. Um, and we lived in Gibson City at the time. My mom ended up moving there like a year later because she was struggling in Florida. Because, like I said, Florida sucks. No offense, I hate Florida, but especially with everything going on. Do you guys know what's going on in the world right now, like news and stuff?
I don't know what's going on specifically in Florida.
Southern states, and I'm not kidding, it's only the southern states right now, are passing anti-LGBTQIA plus laws, and there's a state that is trying to go back to segregation. There's a state trying to make it so women
Yeah.
cannot divorce their husbands unless they can prove of abuse or cheating.
Mm,
They're literally
mm,
going back in time. There are
yeah.
some states, Florida's the worst right now from everything I'm hearing. They're passing so many awful laws. I mean, they're making people detransition. The schools are no longer allowed to show anything for pride. And if a kid comes out to them, they are legally obligated to tell their parents, and that means they can potentially out them to their parents, and put them in a hostile home system. And
Yeah.
I know a teacher is currently under suspension in Florida because she showed a children's movie that has 2 seconds of an LGBT moment, and they're
Mm,
under investigation for showing that to the kids. And I'm so bad about everything I'm hearing about going on right now. But
yeah.
I kind of got a little off topic. It's really bogus though. But point of what I was trying to say is that when we were looking for somewhere else to live besides the house in Kansas City, we went back to I went with my mom to Charleston, which is my where I grew up,
Hmm.
and we were looking at houses here. And when it was the first time I was in Charleston since I first moved to Florida. And I saw some things like the center of the town and stuff, and I was like, I remember that. I remember that. I got so excited.
Aw, that's cool.
Yeah, it was interesting coming back this year because now usually, like now I've gone 1, 2, 3, so well, technically I visited 4 times because I had to go twice last year, because of my
Yeah.
cousin passing away. But um with the trips, now it's been 3 years of visiting and everything. Usually I'm like, this feels way more like home. Like I don't know exactly what the reasoning was. Like I wasn't able to see as many like that many people. Like anyone that I personally knew besides like family, friends, I wasn't able to visit because of like the timing and everything. Like
Yeah.
besides the fact, like I had said a couple months ago, like a friend of mine who lived in Illinois now is in California and things
Yeah.
like that. But at least one of the people that's there, they were currently in college. So I don't know. Like my brother's talking about visiting again later in the year. I might do that too, but I don't know. But anyway, this time I didn't really feel that way. Like, I mean, it kind of did feel like, I mean, it was really nice to like eat food that I haven't in forever. Like that feels very much like home for me to have, you know, the kind of foods I recognize and I'm used to. But I think I'm kind of getting used to Florida now. Like, I mean, like I said, a big thing for me
Right.
is I'm very anti-hotel and things, but I don't know. It
Yeah.
might be working out better for me. But again, like, who knows? Years might go by and I'll be like, I'm going back to Illinois. I don't know. Like, one thing that I wish I could have, now this is only if I could afford it. I would like to be more like how the birds are, where they are in the north for the summer and then they go south for the winter or something like that, you know? Because I can't deal with the cold. I'm just like, nah. But I don't know. Like, I don't think I could really afford it. But if I were to get proper good money, that could be fun. But I don't know.
Nice. Yeah, well, that's, a goal you can work towards, I guess.
I
Yeah.
don't know. It's an idea, but
Yeah.
like, it just depends.
You guys want to do another
Oh,
sprint?
go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Huh?
I was just saying, do you guys want to do another sprint?
Yeah, let's do it at 10.
Yeah.
Sure.
So 3 minutes. So today I ended up rewatching The Little Mermaid. So that was nice to do you know, a rewatch.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys seen John Wick or any of the John Wick movies?
I haven't, no.
No. Yeah. No, neither of you guys.
No.
Okay. So my dad and I, you know, this was years ago, we watched 1 and 2. 1 was fine. Like, it just wasn't my personal style. Usually I really like action adventure movies, and it sounded like it could be good. Just the way the John Wick movies are formatted, their style is just typically not my thing. They have an amazing soundtrack, though. That's definitely a thing that I really like. But
wow.
so we watched 2. I was done, and then I had not planned on watching the newest one, but like I said, we were on vacation, and there was one day where there wasn't that much going on, so I went to see the movie at this theater. And what's crazy about that is going to the theater. The last time I was at that theater, I was still working there 3 years ago.
Oh,
Like, that's just crazy, you know.
that's
And
so
of course,
funny.
COVID shut everything down, but it was very wild. It's like, yeah, I remember this place, you know.
Yeah.
But so go to see the movie. Most of the time, I was like, okay, you know, I didn't need to waste my time. But there were some aspects of it, like at first they were like so boring. Even the fighting, I was like, I am not impressed. But I was still very impressed with the soundtrack. But then it got exciting. Like there was like this really cool kind of gun. It was like some sort of like sparking fire gun. It wasn't a flamethrower, but it was really cool because it would spark and then whatever. I don't know if it was a bullet. I don't know if this kind of gun even exists. Like maybe it was just for the movie, but it was like it would all the bad guys would like catch on fire. It was crazy. But like the kind of things they had going on, like there was this whole thing where it was like a bird's eye view with the camera, and so you saw him going through the house. It was almost like a little maze thing. I was kind of getting Clue vibes, you know, like the game, not exactly the movie, but like there were some good aspects to it. But like overall, I'm like, yeah, I didn't need to see it. Plus the fact that it was almost 3 hours.
Oh, jeez. That's a long movie.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, no, literally, even though it was getting to, you know, the end of the movie, I did check my phone. I'm like, okay, how much longer am I gonna be here, please? But you know, it's just interesting with some movies where it's like, oh, this is great, and other movies are like, yeah. Like I thought it was interesting to see some things I haven't before, but yeah. Like, also, I really don't like John Wick's kind of character, especially the way he talks. He talks so, like, it's either he doesn't say anything or he's just like, yeah. It's like, okay. Like, can you talk more? And the way he talks too, it's like so gruff and like a
Yeah.
way where it's like, what you saying? But also like the theater that I was in was so loud. I mean, I like loud, but like it was like loud enough that it was almost like even the speakers were like, okay, this was too much, guys. So
Oh, jeez.
okay. So 40.
Alright, I'm excited. I'm gonna finish my editing.
And what is it you're working on again?
I'm editing someone else's novella.
Ooh,
I can't really disclose what it's about.
yeah, exactly. I was like, the second I heard someone else's, I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Alright, happy sprinting, everyone.
All right, guys, how are your sprints?
My sprint was good. I did finish editing, and then I wrote an email to the author. So yeah, that was super productive. I'm pretty much done with what I need to do for now. So it makes me pretty happy.
I didn't end up reading, but I did get a snack, so that was great.
Nice.
To get a snack. But I'm excited about reading this book. I really hope it's good. Like, it sounds interesting. It's just like, oh no, it's the danger. It's like, how about you, Joharra?
Good, yeah. I think I'm almost done with this current scene. I don't know. We'll see. The group, except for Kalista, is having a conversation about whether Kalista's right and Caleb could be back or not. It's kind of half and half. Some of them are like, I mean, it's possible because this is monsters, so anything's possible. Plus, one of the characters who's all about statistics and facts and stuff. Knows a few things that the others didn't yet up until this point. So he also knew that there was a higher chance that it could be possible than the others. But they're still kind of split because they're all like, it's not possible. But then the others are like, but is Kalista ever actually wrong? So there's that.
Yeah.
Nice.
With the whole thing, it sounds like it's a different dynamic, but what you're talking about where it's like, I'm certain they're back, and then they're like, no, they're not. I'm just thinking of the whole thing in Harry Potter where it's like, the Minister of Magic, he's just in denial because he doesn't want to believe it. He's like, no, we dealt with a horrible battle. Please don't say he's back.
Yeah.
I never thought about that, but that's kind of what's happening.
Seeing him in person to finally be like, oh, he's back. It's like, what did we tell you?
Right? Yeah, I never thought about that, but that's kind of the same thing here. It's like that's kind of what's happening. Like there's these few people that do agree with it, but then there's the other people like, no, it's not possible. So
Right.
that was unintentional.
It's funny.
Excuse me.
So are there any books that like maybe you're not up for reading right now, like you were saying, Robin, currently just not reading? Or which one of you guys said reading is hard? Can't remember now.
I think both of us are in.
Okay.
Joharra's
Marco was reading for both of you guys. Okay.
Right.
I'm
Yeah.
kind of going through it, but like I'm kind of finding some books. But not books to read right now, but like what are books that you're like hoping to read soon, or books on your TBR that you're like, yes, let's do it very soon whenever I'm out of this slump?
Do you want to go first?
I'm in such a slump that honestly, like, I was looking at like my shelf the other day, and I have like at least like 50 unread books, and I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
So like every single one of them, and yeah, I just like I don't know what I want to read. So yeah, it's like usually I'm like, yeah, like I know I want to read this book next, and then this book after that. But yeah, I'm like the dead opposite right now.
Yeah.
For me, I'm not really in a slump. Like, it's not like I don't want to read or I'm just not in the mood for any of these books. It's that I'm more in a mood to write because I want to finish this book. That's my problem.
Yeah.
It's like I don't not want to read, but I just want to write more, if that makes sense. But,
no.
Yeah, so, but I do, I think soon, once this book is done or mostly done and I have more time for reading, I do want to get some rereads done, like the books I originally wanted to reread this month, because that rereads would help me like catch up on my reading goal, because they're, it's faster to reread something because you already know what's happened.
Yeah.
But I also want to finish, I don't think you were here, Robin, when I said this, but I had actually, in Indie April, I was reading indie books, and near the end of the month, I actually finally started Tabby's books. I own
cool.
the ones that are published. I think she only has one more left for this series, but that's not yet published. So I own books 1 to 4, and I read book 1 and even started book 2 at the end of the month, and I'm really enjoying it. I rated book 1 5 stars, and I really like it.
That's so cool. I'm glad you're finally getting around to reading them.
So I do want to finish those soon as well. So
Nice.
Yeah. But speaking of what you were saying, Robin, with like looking at your, I'm guessing it's your physical TBR.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have the same way with my physical TBR. Like every time, every time that I'm like considering maybe doing actually something with my physical TBR, like I'm using so much with Hoopla and Kindle Unlimited and stuff. And yeah, like I'll go there, I'll be like, come on, there's got to be something here that looks interesting. And I'm just like I pick it up for a second and I'm like, I'm out. Nope. No thanks. I don't know. I don't know if or when these books will be read. I'm like that's why I really got to read them when I'm interested,
Right.
That's why the library is the best thing, because it's like you read it for a bit. If you're bored, you just give it back. But now it's like you have it. Obviously, I could give it away, but like too much for me is like feeling like I wasted my money, and it's like, well, you're wasting your time too, by trying books you don't want to read. So I don't know. I'm in a debate about what to do, but I don't know. Like I'm happy that I'm definitely having a good time, because at first I was really disappointed in myself. For Christmas I got Kindle Unlimited, and I was like, oh, this is gonna be awesome, and it's just so much right now where it's like still hard for me to read something physically, even if it is the ebook, without some audio. And I'm not going to pay for Audible, so it's, sometimes it can be difficult, but it is nice when they have the ebook and Audible included, but that doesn't always happen. So it's like way harder to do things. Like it takes like a week to finish the book versus like a day or two. So, I have less of like an urge to do it. But like earlier this year, I was like, oh, I'm barely reading anything. I'm not spending enough time trying to read here. But now I'm definitely getting better with reading some of the ones from Kindle Unlimited, which is good.
Nice. Yeah, well, as you guys may know, I've started those author interviews. Right now I have all this month and all next month for every Saturday filled with spots.
That's so cool.
Thanks. Sometime next month I'll start filling more spots for the month after that. But it's going really well so far. I know after my first author interview, the author says only a couple hours after we got off, she said she already has several new followers and a new book sale. So
awesome.
Nice.
But now that I'm doing these books actually sound interesting. And now I want these books, but I can't have these books yet. I'm like, what did I do?
Well, I'm glad it's going well. That's such a cool series that you're doing.
Thanks. Yeah, they're going really well. I know you're not published yet, Robin, but if you want to go on and be like, these are the books I plan to get published.
Yeah, I don't even know when my book's gonna come out, so it's a little hard to do promo when you don't have a book.
True.
But I do appreciate it though.
Well, it is interesting. Like, then again, a pre-order campaign, you actually have to have the book for people to pre-order.
Right, yeah, I can't even do
some sort of campaign to be like, look out for Robin,
How about
amazing books coming eventually?
True. Yeah. And I mean, you can also gain more followers on Twitter and stuff, which so that once your books do start getting out, people will know, hey, these books are finally coming out too,
Right, yeah, they'll be like, wow, about time. Like
so what I'm hearing is that I need to start bullying you into actually finishing your book.
Oh my God. I have not even been like working on my own stuff, my own books lately. When I've been writing, it's mainly been short fiction right now. So, which on one hand it's been nice because like I've actually had motivation to work on it. But on the other hand, yeah, I'm just like, it's literally gonna be years from now that I'm finally gonna get a book out, you
I'm
know?
going to bully you until you work on your space opera, okay?
Oh man, I think I'm gonna like start from scratch on that.
No! You're
Yeah.
as bad as Alyssa! Alyssa does that all the time!
I'm not
She just erases it all, and I'm like, it's so frustrating.
I'm not gonna erase all of it, but I think I am just gonna like open up a new doc and like start writing it from the beginning again, I think. Because I learned so much about like what I was trying to like the story I was trying to tell. That like trying to edit it to be that is just kind of yeah, been really complicated that like I think oh I should just start from scratch again. I know. But yeah, I really just want it to be like what my vision is, you know?
You know, my mom every so often will say something about you, you know, her new unofficial daughter.
Yeah.
And there was one time when she was like, you gonna move out so Robin can move in now? And I'm like, hurtful.
Yeah, so when are you moving out so I can move in? Like
Y'all are mean.
so yeah, do you have anything planned for your channel then, Tiffany? Since I know Joharra is talking about her author interview videos.
I don't know. But
Yeah.
here you go. It is funny. She's laughing.
Because it's true.
I didn't know she was still on here.
Yeah, I love that you chose this moment to show yourself
Speak
again.
of her, she shall appear, you know?
Yeah, right.
She said she was surprised that you wished her a happy Mother's Day.
Oh,
day.
well, I had to, you know. That's my second mom.
Apparently.
How did
She likes you more than me.
How did your guys' Mother's Day go? I mean, I know, like, for you, Robin, like, were you able to talk to your mom?
Yeah, all I really was able to do is just kind of video chat with my mom. So that's all I really did to celebrate her because got that distance being kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Joharra?
It was good, yeah. The night before my siblings all made like cards and stuff, and then apparently I was asleep when they gave it to her because I usually sleep in, and they gave it to her pretty early in the morning. And apparently Kalel gave her a box of toys as well. And
so
this had my mom cracking up, and when she told me, I was like, I'm gonna kill him, but apparently he gave her a toy gun and was like, this is for whenever Joharra annoys you.
Oh my god.
That was rude. But
better watch out, Joharra.
Right. But I ended up spending half the day in the living room while she was in my room, and gave her a little break from the kiddos.
Nice.
So that was nice.
Yeah.
And I also I had found the song on TikTok and I decided to find it on YouTube and like have a video of me singing the song to her, which is a song
so cool.
I don't know if this is the title of it, but it's like when God made you my mother or something like that.
Oh,
and it was basically like when God made you my mother, he knew you're the one I would need and stuff like that. So, and I posted on Facebook and tagged her on it. So,
Nice.
Sweet.
It's cool.
How are you, Tiffany?
So, you know, had some cards, and I had, you know, like, I usually like to make more like the handmade things than like the buying a card that people just throw away, you know, $5 down the toilet kind of thing. So I had a whole collage of some nice memories we've had like over the years, like some from like 10 years ago, some present and things like that. My mom really appreciated it. You know, she really liked it. And then we were going to go out to eat. I ended up not feeling good, so I wasn't able to go, but they did go the rest of my family, they did go out to eat, so that was really good. And my mom and I are supposed to go to Red Robin eventually to celebrate her Mother's Day. So that's going to be good. Probably pretty recently we'll be doing that. But it was pretty nice. But it was also really crazy because it's like, we just get back on Friday. No, we get back on Saturday, and then it's Mother's Day. It's like, oh, things are so crazy. But now I feel more adjusted to being back,
Yeah.
Took a couple days, but
Yeah, it is always hard when you're traveling.
yeah. Oh, Robin,
Yeah.
how is your fluffy roommate?
Oh, we actually just shaved him today, so he's all like, he looks so handsome. I wish I could show you him, but I don't know what he's doing right now. But yeah, we gave him his summer cut. So yeah, and he was just sitting there kind of fussing a little bit. But then I kept telling him, like, you're gonna be so handsome. And that's all that matters to him, is he's gonna be so handsome, and he is so handsome. Yeah.
But Robin, you scared me there for a second when you said actually. I was like, don't tell me the dog
No.
is gone. I was like,
I'm
no.
gonna be devastated if that
Yeah.
happens.
I was like,
Even though
well,
he
we got
doesn't
rid
do
of him by the last time we talked. I was like,
No.
how could you do that?
No, he's been living here longer than I have, so if one of us has to go, it's probably gonna be me.
That's funny.
You've been traded for a dog.
Understandable. He's so cute.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I've been traded for you, so I know how it feels.
I got nothing on.
But tomorrow is exciting for me. I heard back from this job, and I have an interview tomorrow, so I'm hoping for the best. And I hope for my job search it's gonna be over. I hope this will just be it, because I'm sick and tired of it. You keep applying and no one responds, or sometimes they do, and it's like it turns out it's actually not a good fit or whatever else. And then you get an interview and no one responds back, and it's like, what are we doing here?
I got a job interview like weeks ago, and like a phone call interview, and I was like, oh cool, like here's my availability, and then they never heard back from them again after that. And then so I finally reached out to them like, hey, like, is the position still open? Are you still interested in the interview? And they're like, no, we filled it. And I'm like, thanks for not doing the interview with me, I guess.
Yeah.
So that was fun. It's fine, but I was a little like, really?
Yeah, really. Yeah, it's frustrating. Yeah. I definitely ended up finding some books in a place that I always see, and I'm surprised that I ended up finding new books. But I know, like, different targets have different books, but I ended up actually finding some that sound kind of interesting. When I was in Illinois, I happened to go to one Target, and it's like, ooh. So I saved those up. So I don't know, like, it is funny though, with the fact that I have so many books on my TBR on Goodreads, and it's like, I'm never gonna get to all these. Come on, it's just ridiculous. Sometimes just adding it, it's like, oh, I'll get to it, and it's like, no, you're not.
I kind of got to the place of acceptance with my Goodreads TBR of just like, well, here are like books I'm interested in, but if I don't read all of them, that's okay. Because there's definitely a few like maybes on there, that's like, oh, if I'm in the right mood, maybe I'll read this one.
Yeah.
So that's made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was saying, for my Goodreads stuff, I have like want to read, then read, obviously. Then I have currently reading, and then I have something I title maybe books. It's like books that I might get to. I also put one as more recently on hold. These are books that I started and I was enjoying them. I just wasn't in the right mood for them at the time, so I do want to get back to them eventually.
Yeah.
You know what kind of annoys me about Goodreads, and this is like a new update thing. I can't like put a book on the list if it's not part of my want to read list. So like I want to
hate
the
that.
DNF list. Yeah, but then I have to put the DNF'd book back on my want to read list, even though it's like I don't want to actually read this, but I do want to mark it as I did start reading it, and I did.
Yeah, no, that's why I got rid of anything at DNFs. And even though it's frustrating because it's like, well, I had this progress, but it's like, well, I don't want it to still be there for my want to read. I'm just like, nah.
Right.
Yeah. But it's frustrating. It's like, come on, this site should be better.
Well, I'm pretty sure it used to be that like you could have a book on the list without wanting to read it.
Mm.
And then some update changed that. Like it definitely seems like it has come up for me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, since I've been on there, which was like 2019, I think, it's been like that. So I don't know when it happened, so don't know. So are you still, do you only read sci-fi, Robin?
I'm only gonna be like discussing sci-fi on my channel, and then
Okay.
becoming only sci-fi. And then I have a companion Instagram, which I do my wrap-ups on, and that I'll talk about non-sci-fi on. But I am still reading non-sci-fi, but yeah, I've kind of decided for the channel it's just gonna be sci-fi now.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
So like what other genres do you typically read or sometimes read?
Yeah, I did, stats on genre last year. I think like fantasy was the second highest, and then I also read contemporary historical fiction, and then nonfiction I think was the main genres I read.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. I might do a pie chart next
Yeah.
at the end of the year to kind of show like, oh, like I did this percentage of science fiction and whatnot.
Yeah.
I didn't know you read anything other than sci-fi except for maybe once in a blue moon.
Last year I read a lot more fantasy because I was doing like an awards thing, which I'm doing again this year, but I decided I'm not going to read this. I didn't really like most of them. They all the things I didn't like about them were all the same across all of it. So I'm like, oh, this is a genre specific thing that I just don't like. And so I didn't think it was worthwhile for me to vote on that if I just didn't like the books. So yeah, I'm not voting in that category this year. But yeah, I will read the occasional fantasy if it really strikes me. I tend to like more like urban fantasy, or like magical realism, I guess, is a subgenre that I've learned about. That books I read that I've liked. So yeah, it can be a bit. I'm really like picky about what I like in fantasy. That I guess is the best way of saying it.
Yeah, I say, I mean, I'm picky in general because I mostly read fantasy. Like, very rarely do I actually get out of fantasy. Very, very rarely.
Yeah.
But I feel like most fantasy that I pick up, I do like, and I think it's because I just know what I like, so I just stay to that. Like, why go out of your comfort zone? I mean, it's called a comfort zone for a reason, right? You know you're gonna like it, but
right.
Yeah, I'm trying to think what kind of subgenres I usually do end up reading. I read a little bit urban fantasy, but I don't think that much, to be honest. And then I'm trying to think. I think the main ones I do read are I think I read a lot of high fantasy.
Yeah.
And then I like low fantasy as well. I'd say high fantasy, low fantasy, and urban fantasy are the main three for me. You said you like urban fantasy, right? That's your favorite?
That tends to be better.
I think you would like. I told you about it before on one of these sprints. Skinjacker trilogy by Neil Schusterman. How do you pronounce that?
Yeah, I think I do read
urban fantasy.
Cool.
Yeah, because it's like they're it's like in our world, but they're like ghosts in our world.
Yeah.
They're technically dead. And it's this whole thing. So yeah, I think you would like it.
Cool.
It's like I hear about this author sometimes, but every time I hear about the author, it's like one of his other works. Like I've heard about I think his most popular is Skype. That's the one I've heard most of. But I have like no desire. I think that's more.
Oh,
I have
him.
no desire to read it. And then there's another one called Unwind. That I've heard of.
Oh,
but,
I think I have that one. That one's like on my.
Yeah.
I think that one's science fiction.
But yeah. So I guess he's straight fantasy. This is the only thing I've actually really read of his. But I really like it, and I think you would too.
Cool. Yeah.
So you're saying, I a couple times you've cut out Robin, so sometimes I'm missing what you said, but I don't think I probably heard. Did you say you're not doing wrap-ups anymore, or what did you say?
I'm only doing wrap-ups on my Instagram, and so
I don't have Instagram. I miss your wrap-ups.
You gotta get back on Instagram, and I do it more like this is a graphic of all the books I read, and then
why don't you put it on Twitter too, man?
Yeah, I could put it on Twitter. Yeah, maybe I'll start doing that at your request.
Like I won't miss out.
I'm friends with you on Instagram, so I don't miss it.
Yeah, I don't post a lot on Instagram either, but yeah, I've done it to take off some of the burden I put on my BookTube channel and hopefully find more people. So, yeah.
Speaking of what you're saying, obviously, like with reading wrap-ups, I still do them on my book channel. But like with what you're talking about of wrapping up something, that's what happened with my movie channel. It's like no one was watching them, and I put so much effort into them and way longer than any other thing. So it's like, what am I doing? Like it's only for me, really. So I just stopped doing them. It's like, well, it's not getting views, so what's the point? So, but it can be a bummer when it's like, it's like the kind of thing that you would be used to having content for, but obviously, like, you gotta work with what your audience wants. It's not always about you. Well,
I feel like you probably have this problem too with the movie channel. Is like I'm at the point where I'm reading so much every month that like to cover everything is just a very long video to do.
Yeah, I mean, with December,
you have good reading months.
So Gary, sorry, go ahead.
When I do have good reading months, it'll be like 10 books.
I mean, December was a lot. Like I had watched 30 things,
Yeah.
It was a lot. Like, I mean, like that's the whole thing. It's like, I mean, it's a lot to cut, and things like that. Like it does depend. I mean, I don't think I'm really the kind of person that cuts things, but it's like with how much stuff and trying to figure out what my thoughts are, sometimes it's like you gotta cut out the ums and uhs and whatever else. But it is just okay. I forget what I was gonna say, but yeah, like with so many things, I mean, it worked, but like I said, it's just not worth it for all the like you put all this input and barely any output. But I do want your guys' guesses. How many movies and shows have I watched so far this year? So obviously that's been like a little under 5 months, close to it, but
I forgot what the number was last time we played this game.
Yeah, so I would say it's less because I'm watching YouTube more, but I still have watched a lot. So
wait, are we guessing for the year or are we guessing for this month?
For this year.
Okay, so that's gonna be more.
So obviously, like a little under 5 months, so it's not a full year,
All right, let me crunch some numbers.
42.
Okay.
I don't remember what we guessed last time.
Oh wait. Oh, we're doing so like TV is like, is it episodes or?
No. It's just like I watched Stranger Things. I watched whatever else, things like that. Just counting the TV shows and movies.
trying to think of what.
I'll give you one hint. It's more than what Joharra said.
280.
No! You're so funny. That was a ridiculous number. Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
What was that your final answer?
100.
Your final answer?
Wait, okay. I'm gonna be serious this time. What did Joharra? What did you guess? 75?
She guessed 42.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. Then I'm gonna guess 75. I think.
Okay, you're pretty close. 65.
Oh.
You're close. Look at that.
I thought I was gonna lowball it.
Yeah. So, I won't let you guys put you through guessing, but I had shared with you guys the number of hours in January. It's been the most so far. So that was 165 hours, almost 166 hours. Then February was 112, March was 97, and April was 81. I have no idea if this month, I'm guessing this month is less because I've been out and about doing things. But yeah, like it's definitely decreased more. But I would say a big reason why January was so much is I was watching all these episodes of Gilmore Girls. Like I got to season 6, and those are like 40-something minute episodes, you know? So like I think it was over 100 episodes at least for that. So that's a lot of time, you know?
January, like that's winter, like you're not going anywhere. You're just home. Yeah. Like I feel like that has like such a huge impact on media consumption.
But it does depend. Like right now, there's no show I'm like watching, you know?
I don't
there's nothing really exciting out right now.
I don't think there's any like new shows really going on like this part of the year. Like I feel like new episodes don't come out this part of the year.
Yeah, I know there's some sort of Bridgerton spinoff, but I'm not interested in Bridgerton, so it's like I'm not gonna watch that.
I think I have 3 shows I watched that are currently on the air, or I think 2 of them might have just gone off for the season. I may be wrong. I'm a little bit behind because we haven't been able to pay for Hulu, and we have live TV, so we watch all the new episodes there. And we won't be able to pay for it till next month, so I'm a little bit behind. But I watched 911, the spin-off 911 Lone Star, which those are supposed still on there, and new episodes did just come out this week. And then Monster High, the series.
Nice.
Yeah, I still haven't been able to watch Monster High because I don't have that like Hulu live TV extension. So sad face.
It's really good. I'm really liking it, and they're really they're being great with representation. Okay, I mean you already knew that Frankie was non-binary, obviously.
Yeah.
And then and then it looks like Frankie and Clea are gonna become an actual canon couple.
Yeah, I heard that.
On each other. Then Twyla, who was finally introduced, is autistic, and they don't just imply she's autistic. They literally have her say, "I'm autistic."
Oh, that's pretty cool, actually.
Because she does this whole thing because the ghouls were like doing this party in the library where Twyla hangs out, and she turns it off because she explains that she's autistic and loud noises bug her. And they did this thing where she kept playing with her bracelet, which is the thing autistic people usually do, you know, have trouble looking in the eyes and stuff. And it looks like, and they're actually doing really well with her representation. They also, in one episode, mentioned therapy. Heath mentioned that he went to therapy, and Cleo suggested that Frankie should see therapy because they were kind of freaking out for that episode. And I was like, this is positive representation to therapy, because most people like to say, you know, therapy's bad and stuff when it's really not.
Yeah.
And this is a kids show to boot. Plus all the different races and stuff. So yeah, they're doing amazing with representation all around.
Nice. Yeah, it sounds like it's a really good reboot.
Yes. Whenever you can watch it, I definitely highly recommend it.
Yeah, I don't know when I'll ever have True. But I'm like, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping maybe it'll be on, I don't know, maybe regular Hulu eventually. I don't know.
Or maybe they'll put it on Paramount Plus.
Yeah, something like that.
When the season's over.
Yeah.
Or if you come visit me, you could just watch it with me on Hulu.
I don't want to go to Illinois.
You're like,
Cold
nah.
But
I'll
I'm
have
sure
to
it'll
come just to visit my second mom, so
apparently.
I won't spend
No,
time with you though.
literally,
I'm only
that
gonna
is
spend
so
time
funny.
with Brenda.
That is so funny, Robin. You didn't even say visit Joharra. You're like, no. Brenda. Brenda's
Yeah,
Right?
I'm not gonna spend any
No, like-
time with Joharra.
Have you seen those TikToks where it's like, move, and then it's like
Yeah.
hugging the cat or something, or the kid, and
Yeah.
Bye.
That's me with
Well,
Joharra and her
then,
mom.
Leslie.
Like, oh my god, I can't believe I finally get to see you. Shove Joharra aside.
so funny. That is so funny. Yeah. This isn't really related to like the Monster High, what you're talking about, but there is something I really want to get started doing again, like that I haven't done since I was a kid. I really want to get back into drawing and stuff. Like I used to do this, like these like cartoons. Like there was this thing I had, Detective Puppy. It was really cute. It's like a little puppy that was a detective.
Aw.
It was like a little comic and everything. But I really do want to get back into drawing. Like drawing's really fun. And then I also do want to get back into writing. Like,
Yeah.
how am I supposed to do writing if I don't do it? Like,
That's the thing about writing. If you don't do it, it doesn't get done.
yeah, exactly. But I have to say, I wasn't able to get a chance to share it with you, Robin, because you weren't here yet. But I was sharing with Joharra at the beginning that there was this book I was trying out yesterday. I thought it would be maybe the next book I would read to make it 3 books, but no, the book, it wasn't working out. But it was like basically about this girl who was a romance writer and things like that. And she was talking about her writing journey or whatever she was talking about. She was just talking about how, like, okay, she was currently working on a really trashy book, and not trashy in the way of how people are judgy of other people's writing, which is like, hey, buzz off. That's not your business. But this is trashy in the sense that, like, clearly this is the wrong kind of book for her to write. Like, it's just not working. And she keeps trying to do it because her publisher wants her to do more. But what she was talking about, she was like, like, it was so trash. It was so obvious she had to scrap this idea, but she kept going. And she was like, well, it's better to write this than nothing. And it's like, while that's true, you don't want to write something that even you don't like writing, Like, how does that even work? How is anyone supposed to fall in love with your own story if you don't even like it? Like, so it was like, I do want to write, but I definitely want to write the right story. I don't want to write a story that I'm like, oh, I hate this. What am I doing?
Yeah, I know you've been like trying to find like a romance book that you actually like. Have you considered writing a romance book you would actually like to read?
There's actually this story idea. This happened a couple months ago, but it's like this story idea. It has romance, but it also has more like a fantasy element or a sci-fi element, and it's like it's kind of more of like a dark story because it doesn't have, well, it depends on whose perspective you consider, but it doesn't exactly have a happy ending, and it's like, I don't know, it's like it kind of feels, well, maybe it actually could be a short story because it would, like, with the concept that it is, like, it doesn't need this huge story around it that I don't care about. Like, I could easily make it just this little story. Now that I think about it, actually, I will write that down. I will make sure. Yeah, like that one. That like is pretty easy, and it's funny. It incorporates me contemporary, Joharra fantasy, and you sci-fi.
Yeah, there we go.
Got it.
That's exciting though. I'm glad to like actually see you be inspired,
Yeah. Like, it is interesting sometimes. Like, dreams are like when I'm most creative. It's very silly. It's like, how about some creativity now? But that's one
Yeah,
thing,
really.
that's one thing I have noticed. Like, okay, I'm not saying every book that I read when I was like 13, 14, 15 years old was golden or great or anything like that. But during those times that I was reading those style of books, it got me way more inspired to write, and it helped for me to write. But since I started with like booktube and things and like reading these types of books, it hasn't worked out like that at all. So I don't know if it has to do with me or the specific kind of books I'm reading. Like, it's definitely not like enhancing creativity. If anything, it's a detriment because it's like, oh, this is garbage most of the time. So I don't know exactly, what I can do to like read more quality books to help inspire me to write better stories. But I don't know.
Yeah, weirdly enough, like sometimes I'll get inspired by like reading a really good book, and there's other times I get inspired by reading a bad book. Or like, this is how I'm gonna do it, and then I make that story. So sometimes, reading a worse book.
I mean, that's kind of what I do with the Scooby-Doo retelling, because
Yeah,
it started
exactly.
off as a joke
Where
too.
it's
Mom
like,
was telling me how awful the Scooby-Doo retelling was and how problematic, and then I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a good Scooby-Doo retelling, and she's like, you should, and now it's actually happening. Like, it originally started out as a joke, but now it's happening.
Yeah. But it's funny because like, I haven't been updating my reading journal in a couple months because the printer, we don't have color. My dad's getting more ink, but for the past couple months I just haven't been doing it. But I opened up my thing because it has a couple of passages of like writing I've done before it gets to the reading journal. And so I was going through, and there was this book series that I was gonna write, and it was like like a teenage sort of story because I was a teenager at the time, because I had been all like, I'm sick and tired. I was a teenager at that time, and I was like, I'm sick and tired of all these adults writing stories about teens. A teen should write about a teen. But at the time, it just didn't work out, too much with school and whatever else. But that was actually that story that I was telling you guys about, and I was coming up with like a whole different reason for why now it's more like the love interest. I haven't really updated that story at all. Like, I'm still debating if I really want to go that path. Like, I could, but obviously I could do something else. But I don't know. Like, I think it does make sense with what we talked about, that it could easily be more of like a, hey, she goes through freshman through senior year and learns that her boy crazy attitude sort of thing isn't the way that she needs to live life, and she can fall in love more of a simple way, more of a realistic way, whatever else. But I don't know. It's still something to consider. But I don't know exactly what kind of book I want to read, but that does make me think, because there was one time, I can't remember if I just came up with this idea or what the situation was, but one time, this was after I graduated high school, so like 2019, I just sat down, made sure to sit down, and just started writing. Now, at the time, I'd been like, this is not at all how I was thinking this book to be when I started the synopsis and like the whole gist of the story. Because the big part of that story is what happens at the end, and how are you supposed to build from there. It's a difficult thing. So, I don't know. Like, I think I had a fine bit of writing that I had there. I think I was too hard on myself, but I don't know where to go from there for that story. Like, I do think it might be a good idea with what you guys are talking about. Haven't you said both you guys do short stories or have done it, or am I wrong?
I usually do short stories. I think Joharra said something that you wanted to try that out for your Vampires Creation series.
Yeah, I wanted to do a few novellas, which are kind of short stories, because my main character, Kalista, has been around for like 1,000 years, and there's so many stories that I have ideas for that would can only be like little adventures she went on in her 1,000 years of living that I'm going to put in a series of novellas. I don't know how well they're going to go, and I'm a little bit nervous because I've never written anything that short. Like, I'm more of a novel person, but I'm going to give it a try.
Yeah. So anyway, it's something I'm thinking about. but now it's making me think of this thing that I wrote. It was for school. It was called an A and B scene, and so it was like you had two characters kind of riffing on each. Well, maybe not riffing on each other, but it was like they had a conflict, and then there's a twist at the end. Like you have to make some sort of twist, something that changes the story. It had been a really fun time. Like like little quips that I had and all sorts of things. It was like a really fun thing to write. And then I had a video class at the time as well, and I was like, hey, can I make this a video also? And she was like, yeah, sure. So I had my parents act out the scene and everything, and it's making me think about it. Like it was fun, even though it was a little hard with like trying to get my parents to act or to like with how I wanted these things said. Now my head, my brain hears how my parents said it, and it's like that's not what I had intended. That's not the voice.
Yeah.
But you know how that goes. But it was a really fun one, and I was really proud of that project. Like it was nice. It's things like that where it's
Fun.
Maybe if I look back on my old projects, maybe I can get more inspired like that or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Also,
I'm hoping eventually I will have something where it's like new project.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, short stories are really good for like if you're like me and you have a hard time finishing things, you just make it smaller, and it gets you like I practice a lot writing while writing short stories, if that makes sense. Like I might try something like a technical fun thing. Like the last story I wrote was like it's all in first person, but the main character is talking to this person, just saying you this whole time, and it's this like ex-lover of theirs. And yeah, so like that might not work in a full book length, but it works well in a short story length, and you can play around with that and kind of experiment and see like, oh, is this gonna work or not? And I have just like, oh, like I have this one scene in my mind, but I don't really have the context around it. Just write that scene, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like that can be a short story in its own. So yeah, it's worth trying just to get yourself back in the motions of writing again.
Yeah, I really, really do though, because I mean, I'm really proud of myself that I am doing this, doing YouTube, doing 2 channels, which is, wild. But at the same time, like, I mean, it's definitely hard to make videos like short films with just yourself. Like, it's hard to do without actors. But I do miss like doing the writing thing and everything. So I'm hoping I could get more started in that. And like I said, the drawing thing, like I definitely want to do more activities, like sometimes it's just so much movies, TV, YouTube, books, music. That's it. It's like, I want to do some more, do something with my hands, right? Besides just scrolling. So I'm hoping I can do that. Also, I did have an idea for a video. I don't know if I will do it. I think it could be kind of funny, but like I kind of want to do like every romance book in 2023 or something, or like every romance book now, especially right now. I don't know if you guys are aware, it's just packed full of tropes instead of plot and characters. Like the characters are like so stale and frozen, whatever else. And like there's one idea I have that could be really funny. It's like, may I present you one bed? And it's like, I've seen this before. Come on. Like, I don't know. Like I'll make it funny, but things like that. Like I really want to incorporate that. And like at least with that, I'm aware of it because I'm getting annoyed with it too. I'm like,
yeah, that could be a really fun idea.
Yeah, so I'm considering that, and I think it could be funny where it's like characters off each other. Like one is the person that's ridiculous with the tropes, and the other person is more like either the reader or just, I don't know, someone being frustrated or something like that. Like obvious, it could actually be funny because it would be like something like the book's trying to convince you to like it, and then you're
Mhm.
just not having it, and the publisher like at the end is something like sold or something like that. It's like,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
love
right.
Oh no, it'd be funny if like they're just chilling, they're just chilling at their desk, they got their sunglasses and they're just, or like they got money or something and they're like, I'm good, let's do it, something like that.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, regardless of how trashy it is, they're still making the money.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
You guys want to do another sprint?
Sure. I don't know what I'm gonna work on, but yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping I will get to more with the. No, you could read, you could watch something, you could catch up on some booktube. I don't know what you're about,
I don't know. I'll find something to do.
You're like
space opera.
With no, maybe.
all right.
Joharra's just bullying me. It's fine.
Oh, never mind. It's not that anymore. It's 01. And I guess it's just us right now. So I guess it's, unless someone is watching later.
Yeah.
Hello, if you're there. All right.
All right. Happy sprinting, everyone.
All right, how are your sprints?
Hi.
Hey, how'd it go?
Pretty good. I started reading Unwind by Neil Shusterman because we were talking about the author earlier,
Yeah.
and this is the book I own. So yeah, I'm only like 20 pages in. It's okay. So far it reads as like a young adult very clearly. I also find it fun. I have post-it notes from whoever sold this book on
That's
thrift
funny.
books.
Yeah.
So I have like annotations from some student who read this book. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really gotten to like the meat of it. It's I guess it's about like parents can like sign their naughty children away to be like harvested for their organs, and so the main character yeah, has been betrayed by his parents like that and is trying to escape. And he has a close call with the authority, and that's where I'm at.
Oh boy, yeah, crazy. I didn't end up doing too much. I read a little bit more, but not much. So I don't know. Like there was like this part. So like I said, like they've been married for 2 years. And they have like a 4-month-old maybe. Anyway, so apparently like they have I don't know, it kind of sounds like a nice place they have, but it's like when it's just her there, not the husband, she likes to keep the gate open so that if there's like mail, like that way she has an opportunity to talk to people or something. But the husband thinks it's not safe. And so she said that she like when it's just her and the baby, he wants there to be like locks on all the windows. And even though it may sound like obviously like you could take it at face value, oh, he wants locks on the windows, I don't know, because of the kind of book this is, being a thriller, I'm a little like I don't know if I should trust this husband, you know.
I know, right?
Like, what if these windows are like locks on both sides or something? Don't know.
That's so creepy. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
Like I might be looking into it more, but I don't know, man.
How'd your sprint go, Joharra?
Yeah.
Good. I'm not done with the scene yet. I almost am this time for sure. It turned out to be longer. My characters went off script as usual. They decided that they didn't want to have a civilized conversation, and they started fighting, not verbally, but physically or magically because they used their powers. And yeah, so that was intense, and it still kind of is intense because one of them got pretty badly hurt because of the other one. And so yeah, my characters decided, you know what, we're not gonna do this all nice, we're going to fight. But I did check Twitter because I was looking at notifications, and the person that I did my first other interview with, she actually bought my book and had been reading it. I know I sent you on our group chats about the fan art she made for Khaleesi.
Oh, that was her?
Yeah.
The fan art? That's so cool.
It was my first fan art. I got like so excited. I'm still so excited over the fact that somebody drew my character. But she finished my book and reviewed it.
Oh, cool.
You guys want to hear the review?
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. It says, Monster High meets Percy Jackson, which is kind of how I market it on Twitter a lot, because it's kind of a little bit of both. It says, I follow Joharra Harper on Twitter and have been enjoying this book for a bit, but hearing her talk about the book and writing in general with such passion on her YouTube channel, I knew I had to finally give it a read. When she compares it to Monster High meets Percy Jackson, she isn't kidding. Almost immediately, the book touches on important themes such as identity and belonging. My favorite character was probably Kalista, and my favorite scene was probably Henry's creative use of a book near the end. The concepts are great, and the monster realm is fun and imaginative.
Cool.
Awesome.
That's such a glowing review.
Yeah. And the scene she was talking about with Henry using a creative way with a book, when I first wrote that scene, I was cracking up laughing. Like, it's such a funny scene.
I'm guessing he throws the book at someone, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's funny. Well, that's
But
really
yeah.
cool. I'm glad that she enjoyed the book. It sounds like you're having a really cool like friendship blossom here almost with that author.
Yeah, she's really nice. But yeah, I saw that and I got all happy. I was like, yay, she finished my book and she really enjoyed it. That made me happy.
Yeah. Really nice.
Oh.
So, you guys have any new video ideas or ideas you want to be working on eventually?
I don't really have any videos queued up to film yet. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I've been kind of uninspired lately. I like doing the like books from the future series that I've been doing. That's been really fun, but I don't have any other ones coming up. So yeah, kind
I mean, as you guys know, I have 3 YouTube channels.
Mhm.
My third one I only do here and there. It's kind of more of a whenever there's something passionate I'm about, like activism and stuff, that I'll make a video about it. But with everything going on and new laws they're trying to pass, I plan to update a little bit more on there and talk about them because they really make me mad and I want to rant. So I plan to have some of those planned. I just haven't done it yet because it's really hot and I've had like 0 energy.
Yeah.
But for my TV channel, I actually do have this new series where I'll go through a different couple on a TV show or movie, and I will kind of do their entire relationship timeline. So I kind of have to, if I can't find videos of them from beginning to end on YouTube, I'll have to rewatch the entire show and kind of calculate all of their important details.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of research to be done, but I have finished research for one of them. So I do plan to film that first. So I hope to get that out soon. I think that's the only video I have. Well, I still need to finish my rewatch of Scooby Doo Mystery Incorporated, so because I have a whole video planned on that, and it'll kind of be like explaining the the curse and the previous Mystery Inks. So I've been doing a lot of research as I rewatched that, but I'm still not done rewatching it because I kind of took a break because at first we lost HBO Max for a little bit before we could pay it, and then I just haven't gone back to it.
Yeah.
So I'll get back to it when I'm in the mood. So there's that. For my booktube channel, I'm not actually. Oh wait, I do have a writing vlog currently going that I'm filming. I don't know when that will be out. I'm hoping it'll be out this month after I finish the first draft of this book, but it probably won't. Well, it might not be out until the previous month because I still have to edit as well.
Yeah.
So there's that. But yeah, that should go out no later than next month.
Cool.
Well, other than that, I can't think of anything else on my booktube at the moment besides wrap up and TBR when they come. Though I may not do a wrap up this month because I may not get any reading done this month.
Yeah, right. Like I said, I think I'm gonna do like a travel vlog and kind of share, the books that I found, the adventures that I went on. I watched a movie. Oh, I already shared that. Yeah, like I watched a movie there, so I'm definitely gonna share that. And while we were on the trip, I found a lot of really good music, so I'll share that as well. I think I'm gonna do a book unhaul. So I'm basically gonna just share talk about all the books I have here, and then I'll kind of promote the Depop and Pango books that I have.
Yeah.
Gonna see how that goes, if anyone gets interested or anything. I also have been wanting to do this for a while. I just ended up having haven't not been able to do it yet, but I kind of want to do like those videos. I don't know if you guys have seen it before, like the read with me for 30 minutes or something like that. It's like just one of those things where it's like you have light music going and you just have yourself being recorded reading, and so the audience can read while you're reading and just listen to it like background noise or something.
Yeah.
So I think I'll do that. And I still haven't done a reading vlog. Like, I gotta do it. It's just like hard for me. It's like
You've never done one ever?
I think I've done it before, but not like the ones where it's like, oh, here's all this extra stuff. Here's all this.
Oh, I see.
Elsewhere and stuff. Like, I had one where I was reading It's Not Summer Without You. I can't remember if I had another one or not. That might have been the only one. Unless I'm forgetting one. I feel like there was something else, but I can't think of it. So that was basically just I would talk about a part that I was reading, then I would have a clip where it's like a quick little thing, a time lapse of me reading. So I definitely want to do it because besides the fact that I want to do it in general, it's a popular thing, so that's something I want to do. Also, I don't know, I think you watched it, Joharra. I don't know if you got a chance to, Robin, but for my March wrap-up, I did talk about Eve of Man. I don't know if you got a chance to watch
it. I thought I watched that one, yeah.
Okay, I don't know. I have no idea. Like, I was just, hey, here's background before I get to what I was going to share. I feel, there was like a couple of reasons why I didn't continue with like the challenge, at least in March. Like, reading Eve of Man was depressing, It's like a bummer. And that's a big part of the reason why for the past couple of years, I don't read dystopian, It's like, I want to have happy things. Besides the fact that the other ones don't seem all that intriguing anymore, I think it'll be a long time before I get to reading the other two. Like, it's kind of... Also, it didn't really do that good of a job, even though it occasionally would address... It kind of once addressed what we were talking about, you and me.
Yeah.
There was like one point where it's like, well, if you're doing things like that, she has every right to say no. She has every right to deny us existence or something like that. So, like, they kind of said it, but also it never got addressed again. And I did hear that, because I only read the one book, apparently later apparently in the second book, they're just going at it, those two, the boy and the girl, and apparently at the end, twist, she gets pregnant. So didn't really get the point,
Yeah, I kind of figured it would. Yeah,
exactly. Like, that was their whole thing. That's what they wanted, and there was so much with the book where it was like, what's going on? Like, we're on the same page here. It just got ridiculous and stupid, and every time for me when they have like the rebel group, I'm just like, I don't care.
Yeah.
Like, no, I don't want to do that. So it was very disappointing. And then for my movie channel, that's something that's very much a struggle for me. Like, sometimes I have an idea, I make it, I upload it, great job. But sometimes it is like a struggle. Sometimes I'm like, I don't know what to make. Like I said, like, it used to be at the beginning of the month, my top songs of the month, what I watched. And now, because those just don't get views, I don't do them. And it's like, well, what do I do now? So it's a struggle. But because I watched John Wick, even though it came out a couple months ago, I might do a movie review on that, share about it. I feel like I could do like almost like a mini video, kind of talking a little bit about what I'm going to share in my book video with the travel vlog, just a little bit, like, about the things that they would care about. Like, hey, here's what I watched. Here's what I listened to. And I guess I could talk about the escape room since it was themed after Saw. Like, I could do something like that to kind of incorporate it and keep whatever audience I have on the movie channel interested. Because I don't think they care enough to watch everything. But I don't know. Like, it's still like very much early times. I'm figuring out what the audience will watch. But I had seen that. Did you guys end up watching the Super Mario Bros. Movie?
I haven't yet.
I haven't.
You have not, neither?
No.
Okay. So, have you guys heard of Peaches?
Yes, I've heard the song. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I was gonna do something with Peaches, and I just ended up not doing it. And I just don't know if anyone would watch it now. Like, it was a big thing when the movie came out. I mean, I know there are still people who are going to see the movie for the first time, but I don't know if they would really care to watch what I had for the rendition. So
Yeah.
it's just a lot to figure out. So I'm hoping I can figure this out more, but it is definitely a struggle. And even like with the amount of videos I have between book video and movie video, yeah, it's almost half and half. Not quite half and half, but pretty close. And it's like, I gotta do more to do this. But it was pretty exciting because recently I surpassed 10,000 overall views on the channel, which is very exciting. And as of, because like the YouTube analytics updates, at least for my time, at 5 a.m. And and then when I was in Illinois, it would update at 4 a.m. So I guess it's like during that time, whatever. And okay, what was I trying to say? There was something I was saying. Like sometimes I get so much with like talking, and then my brain's like, wait, where was the point? Oh, so okay. As of 5 a.m. this morning, I am only like 14 views away from hitting 10,500. And I've definitely surpassed, like I've gotten a lot of views on a couple of videos today. So I have no doubt I will be hitting the 10,500, which is very exciting. But yeah, like I just gotta figure out how I can do this kind of content. It's like, I want to talk about the movies. No one's watching those videos, you know? It's like I have the ability for content, but I don't know how to get people to watch it. Like I know big channels, people will watch that. I'm not a big channel yet, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, it's just about finding the right viewers who are interested in the stuff you, because that is the hardest thing. I feel like it's easier with BookTube, because people know what they're in for, but it's harder, especially if it's a multi-fandom like ours. You know, we don't just talk about one thing or a couple things, and it can be harder. So I mean, it took me forever to finally start growing my channel, and then my TV channel, and then my TV channel's actually surpassed my BookTube channel. I'm at 372 subscribers now, and it's because these edits I'm making are the ones that are really bringing people in. People really love to watch these edits of like TV characters, like clips of TV characters or ships with a certain song. They are very popular. People love to watch them on YouTube. So a lot of people have been subscribing to me and even requesting some of the edits for me to make. So so that sometimes on my TV channel, that's what I focus on because first of all, they are fun to make, and second of all, because that seems to be what people enjoy the most. But then there are also other videos I do want to make that I will get to because just for myself, even if they don't get super popular, you know?
Yeah. Like, there was a project I made when I was in high school. It was for my video class, and we were supposed to do a career research project, and it depended on like what you were interested in. Like you could do something on a screenwriter or a gaffer or something like that. And I wanted to do a director, and I did Steven Spielberg. And you know, like it was like at that point when I uploaded it, similar to how it was when I uploaded my Funny Bambi short, which was also a project I did in high school. It was just to get something out there. Both videos blew up. Like they're doing really well, you know. So I've been, I don't know. It's like something with like the channels. It's like sometimes I'm like, man, I kind of wish I had help, you know. Like sometimes some of the incorporations, sometimes I'd like to bounce ideas off of someone, you know, but also like I still want it to be my vision. And obviously that would be difficult if you made a channel with two people. But I don't know. It's just like sometimes it's like I wish there was someone else to be like, okay, here's what you do, you know.
You could just look on YouTube for different fandoms and see what kind of videos people put out who talk
Yeah.
about TV shows and movies, and like, hey, that idea is interesting, and then do it your own way, you know?
Right.
Because there's a whole bunch of different ideas. I mean, I love to do top 10 lists. They're so much fun. Top 10 or top 20, depending on how much their content there is. That's something I like to do. They're fun to watch and make. So I like to do those. I'm trying to think. A series that I have not done on my channel in a while, which I might bring back. We'll see. I called This or That, and it would be like 2 movies that had similar, like maybe characters or themes or something, and be like, which one is better? You know? And of course they will be kind of opinionated because everyone has different opinions. It'll be like, because if I say, oh, this character did this better, but someone else might think that it's the other way around. So, but it's still fun. And I'm trying to think what else. I used to do theory videos. I would come up with a theory for a character or from a TV show or movie or something, and so I would like something that was never actually stated in the show or movie and say that this is a theory I have about them and show up facts that did happen that could make this theory plausible. I used to do that as well, which is something I also haven't done in a while. So, I mean, there's a lot of different ideas. Maybe just research on YouTube, see what kind of content's out there for you to make.
Yeah. You know, it's very much learning it. You know, like it's just with booktube, there's so much of like an established formula of what you can do. Like you could do your wrap-ups, you could do a TBR, you can do a reading vlog. You know, like there's just like boom ideas. But I understand what you're saying, that it's like, yeah, I could look it up, and it's just interesting because it's like with movies and TV shows, there's so much you could do. I would like to do like movie commentaries, but it's so much with like copyright and things. It's like you can't even get the video out. And even the big channels are like, oh yeah, multiple times we get blocked, we don't make any money, whatever else. It's like, yeah, because I like those videos, you know? And I'd like to share my thoughts on certain parts in a movie, but can't really do it. Robin, now that you've been in California for a while, have you like seen any sites? You know, visited?
Oh, I did. I went to Hollywood like 2 weeks ago. I didn't do much there as I was there for like a writers event. There was like a awards event I went to, but yeah, it took place in Hollywood. I saw the sign and stuff, so that was really cool.
Did you get to see the stars? You know.
No, that was like, I don't even know like where it was in relation to where we had to go, but yeah, it was a little bit of a distance. Plus, like we didn't want to like be in the touristy area and get stuck because traffic can be really bad. But yeah, so that was pretty cool to check off of my list, I guess.
Hey, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Have you seen any other bookstores? I know you checked out like Space Cowboy and somewhere else.
I haven't really done any other bookstores. There was one that I went to when I first moved here, but they were doing like a closing down sale, and I was gonna maybe do a video of it, but I didn't. But I did get books there. But now it's closed. And yeah, I don't need to be buying books right now. So
yeah. Well, I like to just go to the bookstore to just browse. Like
I can't do that.
That's so funny.
I will leave with something.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I can only do that if I literally have zero money, because then I can't buy anything.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that's really cool that you got to do that. Have you gone to the beach since you've been in?
I have not yet. Yeah, that's one thing I have to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of it's like a 2-hour drive, maybe a little bit more for me. So it is a little out of the way, but it is something I would like to do.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me. Did you drive from New York, or did you fly?
I flew, and then I had my car shipped over. Yeah.
Okay. I couldn't remember what the situation was because I was like, well, how'd you get your car here? You know?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to drive it's like 1,800 miles from where I used to live to where I live now. And so like I had no interest in driving that long. So we had something where we had like the U-Haul truck. And so then we had one of those things that attaches and it holds the car. So, you know, I rode with like my mom and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, I would not have been having a good time doing all that. Like I don't like road trips in general. To drive it, no, thank you. You know,
Right.
Terrible. So
I've been back and forth between Florida and Illinois several times. And every time we drive, I'm scared to go on a plane.
Oh right, yeah.
So, yeah, we always drive, and besides, it's easier, especially since we do have a big family and all these kids. And on a plane would just be disastrous, and a real hassle, anyways. So we always just go in car. It's so much easier for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I like there was like a bit of a situation like I mean maybe I could have, but it didn't really work out because it was all of us going last time. I was able to fly because my brother was staying at home for school and stuff, and so he was able to drive me to the airport and pick me up. But I didn't have anyone at that time. Now, like there were people I was talking to, and maybe I could have asked them, but obviously, like it easily could have been no one was available for those times to drop off and pick up. Plus, you know, then I lose out on some money. But also, the drive was terrible both ways. It's like, oh, this is taking forever. I mean, I'm glad we eventually got there, but it was like, I hate it. I hate the drive so much, you know?
I think the drive is... Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think the drive is nice. I mean, you can just sit there and relax and listen to music or audiobook or whatever you have or want, or you can read physically. I know I do that a lot. I always pack. I know I'm probably not going to get that much reading done on vacations because, you know, you're on vacation, but I always end up packing a lot more books than I could possibly ever hope to read.
Yeah.
Just in case I do have time to read it. It's like, which book am I going to want to read, though? So I pack more than I need to.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like the drive. It's nice and stuff. And I don't mind hotels either. I know you said you don't like hotels.
Well, it depends on the hotel. Like, if it's a nice hotel, cool. But I'd rather, like, a solo hotel room, or at least one where it's not with my parents. I hate snoring so much. It's like, how am I supposed to sleep? I can't.
Well,
I thought you were going to bring your fuzzy buddy.
Oh, he was actually just laying on the floor, but he wanted to leave. No, I just took an allergy pill because I am like so congested right now. It's not even funny.
That's a bummer.
Oh, like it's so annoying. It's been going on for 3 days. Like,
oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Oh, what just happened? How is my computer doing this? Like, hello, like I have something going on live right now. Why would it turn off? Usually it sticks around. My monitor sticks around for that, but for some reason it just turned off. Like,
oh, that's so weird.
That's not what I needed. Oh, hello, everyone. Please share what you're working on tonight, what you're reading, anything like that. Of course, that's when my computer dies on me. It's like,
of course, right.
So, have you spent any more time, Robin, more on that, the one that, like, you got the idea when we were talking about that Eve of Man book?
I was just thinking about that because I haven't finished it yet, but, like, it's getting there. I need to, like, write the final scene, and then I have to kind of, like, go back and polish everything because it's a little rough, but, yeah, it's getting there, yeah.
Yay! Could you send, like, a little snippet of part of it? You know, a different snippet or something?
What did I think I sent you a snippet already, didn't I?
I said, that's why I said a different snippet.
Okay, I don't remember which one. I'll go back in our DMs.
Okay.
Check what
I'm
it is.
curious. I'm like,
don't
let's
remember.
see what kind of progress Robin's been up to. You know?
Yeah. There we go. Yeah, I don't think we've exchanged so many DMs since then. So
Apparently,
yeah.
every time one of our friends, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Every time someone reads a bad book, you and I are like, let's make a better one.
yeah, exactly. This was one of them. One of the times.
What were you saying, Tiffany?
I don't even. Oh, I saw more of like the green alien type thing during my
Yeah.
trip, so I was like, I don't know, I might be spamming Robin if I send her this stuff, but I don't know, maybe you would have liked it. But I was like, oh my gosh, like anything sci-fi now, I'm like,
Yeah.
oh,
Hell yeah.
God, you know,
Oh yeah. Good.
it's like, oh, is this a genre that many people like? No. This is Robin's thing,
It's
okay?
mine. I invented it, actually.
She has a whole copyright and everything, like
Yeah.
no, a trademark, the whole thing, you know?
Yeah, TM.
Yeah.
Alright. So I found the scene that I sent you. Let me see what scene I can send you now.
Cool. Yeah, also I was like, for some reason I was on my Google Drive recently, and then I was scrolling up, and then there was one that I had shared. This was like, I don't know how long ago it was that I shared it. It was a pretty long time ago. And then I was like, I didn't fully read it, but I looked back on part of it and I'm like, oh yeah, this one. I mean, I didn't do too much with it. Like it was like a vague idea at a different time in my life. I don't know if I'll even continue with that book, but it could be something interesting. You know, it's like this girl's lived this long, and for her, that's it. Like she's good to go. She's out of here. No, like the way I wrote it was good, but you know, sometimes I like to be funny and like totally botch it. It's like, yeah, like that's really what she said. She's like, all right, take me now. I'm done. Did you ever get a chance? I know you had requested to view it. Did you ever end up getting to read that Gravity Falls? I mean,
Yes, I did. Yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool. Oh, geez, sorry. Oh man, like when I did that, all my mucus just like went right in my throat, and I couldn't talk.
Man.
Yeah, I did read it. That was really cool.
Thank you.
And I got like the references too. Like I
Yeah,
know like,
exactly.
people were like, "Oh yeah, this is so cool." But me, I'm like, "Yep, that's that. That's
yeah,
the
exactly,
general." And,
exactly.
yeah,
It was so funny. It's like, dude, I am totally referencing a show. This is not exactly. I mean, like the writing's original, but the references, come on.
right, yeah.
But obviously, they don't get it. But there is a poem. I think I told you. I can't remember what it was anymore. Like what they considered it. It's not. It wasn't a haiku, but it was something else. But it was. I wrote about it. Yeah, so I was writing about Gravity Falls, and yeah, I hope I could find it because I liked it. It was pretty good. So, like, I wrote so much with Gravity Falls. Like in freshman year, so that was when the show was still going. Yeah, like every time it would be write something for the day, and yeah, it'd just be like Gravity Falls. And like my thoughts on Gravity Falls, like I would rant about Ford when he was introduced and things like that. And I was like, I hate Ford. Blah blah blah. You know. Did you say you were a fan?
Or, I am. Yeah, I do like.
Yeah, I'm a total hater. I hate him.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just I just didn't like his arrogance and other things. I just did not like him. Actually, speaking of, oh, go ahead.
I think I found the excerpt I'm gonna send you.
Oh, yay, exciting!
I had to read through it. There's a lot of bits that like aren't complete, so they just
Yeah. Actually, speaking of J.K. Simmons, because he's the one who voiced Ford,
Mhm.
I ended up finally watching for the first time Whiplash. Have you watched it? Any of you guys?
I was just like watching a video
No.
about that the other day. That's so
Oh,
funny.
that's
I
so
haven't
funny.
seen it yet
Yeah.
though.
Yeah, no, so I happened to see it on Prime Video, and I was like, okay, let's try it out. It was actually very impressive. And most of the time when I see something that's like an Oscar-winning movie, I'm like, psh, whatever.
Yeah.
Typically it's very much not my style. I like more the blockbuster type things, not these indie, special, whatever. More the uppity type things. But no, this one was really well done. And do you know anything about it?
I know it's roller derby, and that's about it.
Roller derby? No.
Wait. Okay, I'm thinking of a different movie. Whiplash?
Whiplash. It came out in 2014. It stars
Oh.
Miles Teller and J.K. Simmons.
Oh, then this is
yeah,
a
yeah.
different. What is
Different movie. That's so funny. But that's how it goes, with
Yeah.
a same title. But this one is about this guy who's a drummer and he wants to, be the next big person for it. And J.K. Simmons, he's this horrible instructor. Like he's very abusive and things like that. Very verbally abusive, and he also like has them spend so much time drumming, they're bleeding and whatever else.
Yeah.
Like it's like absolutely awful. But they did such a good job with like because it's the guy's a drummer and everything. They do such a good job with the tension and everything. It has more like a beat kind of like that. Like it was so good. I was very impressed. Like the movie was very well done. I was like, wow, look at this. Typically like I can't think of. I mean, maybe there has been an Oscar movie I've watched that I liked, but I don't think so. Like, I'm not the typical person to watch an Oscar-winning movie, but yeah, like I was actually very impressed with that one. It was very nice to watch, which was nice, even though it was like very intense. Speaking of intense, I actually tried to watch a movie because it was like one of those things that YouTube has free with ads. The Lovely Bones. Have you guys watched that?
I haven't. No.
Yeah, I had watched a video about it like a couple months ago where they kind of were analyzing it or talking about it. I don't know if they were talking about the book and the movie or just the movie, but it sounded kind of interesting because I never really had any interest in it. And then, but even though it sounded pretty intense, pretty rough to watch, and so like I started it the other day, and it's like, yeah, it's just too depressing. Like I don't want to watch a depressing thing, Like life's depressing enough. We don't need a story to, get all sad. So I was like, no thanks.
I rewatched Haunted with my family yesterday. We ordered pizza and watched Haunted. It's a Monster High movie.
Oh, okay. Because I was like, that sounds scary. What's Haunted?
No, it's so not.
It's really scary. It's really scary.
That's so funny. Actually, speaking of Monster High, there was something recently because, like I said to you guys last year, I had done this thing with like acting and modeling. Didn't end up really working out, but it was something that I had tried out. And recently, my mom saw something. It was like I think it's somewhere local, but it was like they were looking for someone to play one of the Monster High characters, Frankie, and I was like, oh, that's so funny.
That's so cool.
Yeah, so that was
could have been you.
I know. I think it was done by that point. I think it was like a week ago or something.
Mm-hmm.
But that was kind of funny because I still remember one of my Halloween costumes. This is because I had no idea what Monster High was, and yeah, I was Frankie Stein. It was very fun.
Oh yeah, I think I remember you telling that.
It was cute. It was cute. I hope I could find a picture. Like I asked my dad because she has all those hard drives and things that we could find the old stuff, but I don't know. Like it's been a long time now. I don't know if it was 2009 or 10, but I hope he could find it because I would like to see those pictures. It's like I kind of wish I did just have like all my Halloween costumes. It's like, yeah, that was fun. Like,
Yeah.
I know in 2017 I was Taylor Swift from like the biker part in the music video. Look What You Made Me Do. That's what I did there. In 2018, I think that was my last actual costume. I had done Clark Kent from Smallville, and it was really cool because well, okay, it was cool but also frustrating. Cool because I had, you know, like I had longer hair than I do right now. And so my mom had tied it up so that it would like the end of the ponytail would work like bangs. So I kind of more like the dude look that I wanted to get. And so then I had flannel over one that had the Superman symbol. But it was so frustrating because I'd go to school, you know, it was Halloween happened to be on a school day, and every person assumed I was Supergirl. Because I'm a girl doesn't mean I'm portraying a girl. You know, it's so frustrating. It's like, no, that's not. I think that situation happened once before too, but I can't remember specifically what it was. But it's like to just assume that. Come on, guys. You know?
My favorite Halloween costume I ever did was I was in high school. I was going to this Halloween party, a friend's Halloween party. It was like a small get together, just a few of us. But I decided to go as Queen of Hearts, but I had a little twist with it. So I found the closest thing at the store to a Queen of Hearts costume, and I think it looked pretty good as something the Queen of Hearts would wear. It was kind of, you know, red and black and stuff. And so I had this Queen of Hearts costume, and then I wanted to. I don't know if you ever saw this YouTuber. I don't think she's posted in like many years, but her title was Glam and Gore, and she used to do something like she would make herself glamorous and then gore it up like in makeup. Like she had this one series where she would do the Disney princesses, but then do something different. Like with Cinderella, she had a shoe stuck in her eye and stuff. Like she fell down the stairs and that happened. And there's a whole bunch of princesses. And yeah, they were actually pretty cool. But I decided
too intense for me.
I was a little inspired by that, so I decided to do my own twist with Queen of Hearts and have playing cards stuck out of my skin. And Alyssa did the makeup to make.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
I might have showed you pictures.
Yeah, I think you did.
And we made a tiara full of playing cards, and it was my favorite costume I've ever done. It was so creative and so fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, people are really cool.
I think costumes are really cool. Like I don't know if it would really be worth it, but it would be kind of cool to dress up again. Like something cool, like not just work with the clothes you got, but like an actual costume. But I don't know if it's really worth buying, you know?
I don't know. Well, I've started doing like conventions, and then I'll dress up for them.
Oh, cool!
So,
I wanted to go to a comic convention or something.
Yeah, I recommend it. I've gone to like a handful.
There was one time I was supposed to go, and there were like at least 3 actors that I knew and liked that were gonna be there. But then, you know, plans changed, and I wasn't able to get there, sadly. Yeah. But I so badly want to go to one of those conventions someday, like so badly.
Yeah. But yeah, that would be a good opportunity for you guys to dress up outside of Halloween. So yeah, I have like one costume for that, but I'm hoping to, when I finally have more money, to maybe get a couple others in the mix.
Yeah. There was something recently. I guess maybe it was like when I saw someone with a pixie cut and then another girl with a pixie cut, and I was like, I kind of want to go back to it. And it's like, yeah, like sometimes I like the long hair, but it's like the maintenance of it's like, so much. And then I was thinking about how Robin, you had those wigs, but I know what you were saying, like how much they cost. I'm like, well, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, it really depends on the style, but like if you want like a long one that's pretty decent, like expect to pay at least $40 at least.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
I texted.
Oh, sorry.
I was just saying, I texted Alyssa and told her that when you said you were gonna scrap your novel and do whole refresh thing, I said that you said that, and I said how I said that you sound just like Alyssa because that's what she always does, and she replied, she was like, "Wow." I was like, "Love you."
I'm calling you out, but I said it with love, yeah.
That's kind of like our
Right.
relationship.
Yeah. Yeah, I really do want to get to the writing. I mean, okay, like I totally understand. Like I probably wouldn't be able to actually count thinking about all the ideas I've had, but do you guys have any estimation or approximate number of the number of writing projects you've done? I mean, I know Robin, you got all those short stories, so maybe that's hard to count, but
The ones I finished, or
I don't know, like just in progress, finished, could be both, could be
yeah,
the other.
finished is a lot smaller number for me.
Figures, yeah.
Let me just like pull open my Google Docs to get an idea. There's a couple projects I started that I never finished, and I don't know if I'll go back to it. It's like 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. Six. I think I dropped that one. Oh, and I have like other people's like stuff are coming up in my Google
Yeah,
Docs
right.
too, so I have to look that. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So I got like 11 short stories that are either in progress or finished that I haven't managed to publish yet. And then as far as like book goes, I got like the space opera one I want to do, and then I have a novella I want to do that's unrelated but a science fiction, and I have like 2 like urban fantasy novellas I want to write too.
Cool.
So
Nice.
I think that's it for like the books I want to write. Yeah.
Cool.
So published 7. I've published 7 novels. Then let me see, because I have several series like planned. Obviously I'm going to finish this series, which is going to be a trilogy, but there's also going to be a prequel trilogy, which I'm probably not going to work on right away. Give it a little breather and work on other projects before I go back to it, which is what I'm kind of doing with the Chris's Light, because I have a sequel duology planned for that I have actually started but took a break on because I wanted to focus on this series. Then I have my only standalone, which is the Scooby-Doo retelling. Plus I have a series of novellas I want to do for this series as well. There's a lot I can do with this current series. And then my next series I'm going to work on after this is a 6-book series about skeletons. It's called Tales of the Grim Reaper. And then, which I'm very excited for. Then the series after that I want to work on is going to be a 10-book series. Which is going to be called A Witch's Bond. And I have another one which is going to be a 5-book series, which I don't know if I don't remember what the series title is. I think that one's still like a working title, like it's not definite like these other ones. And then I have other things in my notes of ideas that I like that I have not yet really done too much outlining with or even started yet. So I'm trying to finish all of these that I have planned and started to finish before I worry about my other ones that I've come up with.
Nice.
I have a lot of ideas. My writer brain never shuts off.
There's like a weird staticky thing. I don't know.
I hear it too.
It's connected. But yeah, you got your work cut out for you, Joharra.
Good thing I write as fast as I do.
Yeah, for sure.
I was tweeting, and it was under one of Tabby's tweets a little while ago. I don't remember what she tweeted now, but it was something to do with like, what are you working on or something, and I said something, and I don't remember what it was now because, like I said, it was a little while ago. But I think it was like when I wanted to finish my current book or something, and then she sent me a gif of a cat typing really fast.
Yeah, I've seen that one before. Yeah,
and I was like, rude. I've been called out.
Yeah, I've had like so many ideas, but like some of them it's just like concept, synopsis. Like I'm really good at a synopsis, but that's why it's like so hard for me. I hear a good synopsis from someone else, some book, and then I get so disappointed by what the actual story is. And then that same thing happens when I'm working on something and I'm like, but that's not what I want. This is not the vision I have. And it's like, how are you supposed to get the vision if you don't write something down?
yeah.
And then I think that's one thing for me. I'm like so much caught up in the dream and a baby concept. And it's like, but sometimes there's the low parts of a story. And clearly, like, I can't enjoy a story. I love so many movies. It's a little harder with books, but you know. Would you guys want to do another sprint or?
Sure, yeah. I've been rereading this story, so I don't know. I might work on it this time then.
30 minutes?
Sure.
Okay. Time. What is time? 22? Yeah.
I think so, yeah.
What is up with my brain? I can't just do math. Like the second I left school, I was like, and I'm done. Okay.
All right. Happy sprinting, everyone.
Happy sprinting. All right, how are your sprints?
Hi. I was just finishing up the chapter. I had like 1 page left.
Nice.
So yeah, I read about like 2 chapters of the Unwind. I started earlier.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
You said 2 chapters?
Yeah, 2 chapters.
Nice. I don't know how 30 minutes went. It did not feel like 30 minutes. Like I had like a snack and then like I said goodnight to my family. I don't get it. How did 30 minutes pass by? It doesn't feel like it did. It's weird.
So you just had a snack. Did you do any reading?
No.
Oh, okay.
I did not do it. Oh, that's right. I was also surfing, like trying to find something to watch because I just wasn't really feeling reading at the moment.
Yeah.
So then I was like, well, I'm currently trying to read a thriller. What if I watched a thriller movie? So then I got to looking at Netflix, and there's this one. It's with Hugh Jackman and oh no, what's his name? Jake Gyllenhaal.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I might check that out. It's like this guy has a missing daughter, and then her friend goes missing as well, and so he has to find her or something like that. So I'm thinking that could be interesting because I feel like for me, I like sometimes I just like want things happening right now, and sometimes letting the progress of a book it just takes a while, and then also I don't have the visual stimulus, so I'm thinking maybe that'll help me out more, just kind of get started with it, and then I'll be more like, I've kind of already seen this style of thing before, so I don't know. I think that could be a good way to start it for me because I'm so much more the movie person versus the book person. So, have you tried thrillers before or mystery books?
I don't really read much like straight up mystery. But like I like science fiction that has like a mystery element. But yeah, I don't usually read straight up mystery.
Yeah. I definitely read a little bit of mystery as a kid. Like I said, Nancy Drew, The Missing Series by Margaret Peterson Haddix, probably others, but it just hasn't been as much. Definitely not as much. But I hope maybe it could get me more into it. Hey, Joharra.
Sorry, I was on a roll, and I was so close to finishing this scene, which I've been working on, and I wanted this part to be over, and now it is.
Yay! So how'd it go?
Good, yeah. The confrontation, the magical confrontation, was quite intense. The character stomped off, and then someone followed them, and they had a little conversation. So, it's a good conversation.
Oh, good. Okay.
But because they were talking about whether or not it's possible, whether or not Khalees is right, or maybe it's just her trauma talking, because she has a lot of unresolved trauma that she never dealt with. So they're like, is this really happening? Or maybe she's just finally having her breakdown because it's been 1,000 years of trauma after trauma and she never had a breakdown. So maybe this was just her breaking point. But these two characters don't think so because they know that Kalista's like always right. If she has a feeling in her gut, then it's probably gonna be true. So they decided to help her prove that it is true. But the other characters still are on the fence whether or not it is, and they're about to talk to Kalista before the other two can get to Kalista. So Kalista's gonna think everyone is against her when there are a couple that's with her, but she won't know that yet. It's gonna be a whole thing. I have so many ideas.
Awesome. real fast, Robin. So, I don't know, for some reason my computer's been really whack today. And like it keeps not letting me, click on Twitter for some reason. And
Yeah.
then Goodreads was an issue. But anyway, so, I get a notification and I go to messages and I just see, I wake up crying. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What is Robin crying about? And I was like, oh.
No, yeah, that was the story I observed.
I was like, what's wrong with Robin?
Yeah, I just like
That
trauma
is just
dumped
so
in
funny.
your
I'm like, what?
DMs.
Yeah, I really hope I can get into some proper writing and stuff. Oh, Joharra, so I don't know if you heard any of what we were saying before you actually came on.
Yeah, I took out my headphones. I was kind of listening a little bit.
Yeah, so I was just sharing, I didn't end up reading. I also can't believe that was 30 minutes. It did not feel like 30 minutes to me. That felt way too quick. I was like, what?
Yeah,
already
I
that
totally
time?
agree with you there.
Yeah, but unless I miscounted. No, I didn't. Right? Yeah, I didn't miscount. Anyway, but I was saying to Robin, like, I don't know if I'm quite ready to read a full length thriller book. So I was like, maybe watch a thriller movie. So then I was checking on Netflix and I found this movie that looks like it could be more like that sort of suspense thriller style. So I'm going to try that out, and maybe more getting into thriller movies and stories will get me more into the actual books and stuff like that. So
What
that's
movie
what I'm
is it?
thinking of. What'd you say?
What movie is it?
I have to check again. Sorry. I know it has Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal or something. Let's see. Please say it's still there. I had to exit out of it. No, hold on. I better be able to find it again. History. Prisoners? No. Is that right? Hold on. No, it is. It's called Prisoners.
Hmm. Never heard of that.
Yeah, me neither. So I guess I'll check that out. I hope it's good. But can I just say it was so funny? So, obviously you have a window behind you, and I happen to see some cars going, and it's just so funny to me to just think about those people. They have no idea that their cars are being, live streamed, even though obviously that's not the focus, but it's like you're actually popping up somewhere. Like people see you. It is
Yeah.
like any. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just, yeah. I had something else to say. So, is there something else you want to say about this conversation?
Oh, I was just gonna say it's like, you could say that for almost anything. Like all the people like during like live um live broadcast for things, like people are walking, they have no idea they're being filmed. But obviously they're not the focus, so it doesn't really matter. But it is just weird. It's like how many times have I actually been on TV not even realizing or something like that, Or in someone's live stream or photo or something like that. It's like, that's weird. Go ahead.
I was just gonna bring back to thrillers for a second because there's this one good one. I haven't seen it in such a long time. I might rewatch it because I only watched it once and it was years ago. My mom and I both watched it. We both enjoyed it. It might be on Netflix. It was at one point. I don't know if they took it off. It's called Sinister.
Oh, okay.
I remember there being a pretty good twist though, and I remember.
Well, don't tell me what it is.
I'm not gonna tell you what it is. I don't remember what it is. I just remember there was one.
Oh, okay.
And like I said, I remember nothing. I just remember that I enjoyed it, and I'm pretty sure there was a twist. What it was, I do not remember.
I hope it's not scary.
Okay,
do you know like anything more about it? Like when it came out? That way, I make sure I don't go to like a wrong movie or something. Do you know what year or anything more about it?
No, but I can probably look for it because I remember what the picture on it looked like.
Okay.
So I could probably go on Netflix here and see.
Okay.
If I can
Robin was. Oh, sorry. Joharra was just actually coming up with a recommendation for a thriller because I was sharing about.
Oh, nice.
Maybe checking out some thriller movies before diving into the thriller books. So I think I need to dip my toe into the actual genre first before I get into the book version, But I definitely remember, like, it was interesting when I was in 7th grade. Like, there was just so much with, like, oh, I want to be older, I want to be more mature, and the way some people were about, like, scary stuff. It's like, that's how you're mature, you're not scared, and whatever else. And that's just
Yeah.
ridiculous, But whatever the case. And so, yeah, like, unfortunately, that was the first year I didn't celebrate Halloween. I wish I did. I definitely should have. But we ended up seeing What Lies Beneath, so we watched that movie. Eventually, we watched Hide and Seek. Well, I did watch that movie, Split, and I liked that one.
Uh-huh.
I've watched probably a couple, but it's not the norm, Also, I don't like when there are creepy stuff, Sometimes it's more horror than thriller. Also, there's a movie I wanted to watch. Did it come out in 2021? I think so. But it was some sort of movie. I don't know. I can't remember what it was called. But it was basically like this lady's husband had. Did he die or did he take himself out? I can't remember. But so basically, there's this house that he had made, and it was like backwards or something. And then it's like all these things that had happened to her before, with all these things like a door opens or whatever else, but then she's doing it, but then something else is happening. I was like, what's going on? But then it got really creepy with, the thing they do in the horror where it's like someone's back is like that.
The contortionist.
Yeah. A little too intense. But you know what is funny? I had gone to see a movie with a friend, and so that's when I saw the trailer, and I was like, oh, I'm not scared. And then I go to the bathroom, and this particular bathroom happened to be one that's not as well lit. And I was just like, imagine. And then I was picturing some sort of movie you could have where it's like the concept is they're at the movie theater. Because you don't really see that much. Like someone, like a concept where they're at the movie theater and say like there's a killer there and you're stuck or something like that. And, so it's like it gave me an idea, but it was also like I was a little unnerved. I was like, I don't want anyone to pop out here. It was a little creepy. I was like, well. Anyway, but I think I had seen it later on HBO Max, and I considered watching it, but I'm glad I didn't. And now I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, well, what if I did watch it? And what if I did, and I got all scared? So, I don't know.
I couldn't find it on Netflix. I guess they took it off, but I did find it on HBO Max, and I heard it was on Peacock as well. I don't know if you have any of those.
Yeah, I have HBO Max, so thank you.
You're welcome.
There's just one, right? One movie called Sinister. That way I make sure I watch the right movie.
There's two, but they both go together. I think the second one's called Sinister 2.
Oh, it's like a sequel thing. I was just saying, like, how there are some movies where it's like the same title, but a totally different story. Like, I didn't want to mess up and watch the wrong movie.
Yeah, when I looked it up, I only saw one thing that said Sinister.
Okay, good.
I saw other things like Insidious come up and stuff, but that was the only
No. Scary stuff. No thanks. No thanks.
I never seen Insidious.
Yeah. I don't know what got me to thinking about it again, but I think I watched this, maybe it was last month. That sounds about right. Hold on, let me just check. Was that last month? And where is it? No. I don't get it how things can just disappear. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. So, Robin, how, for a couple live shows, we talked about how, like, movies that have dogs, they typically, it's a rough one.
Yeah.
So, how I was sharing about Shiloh and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, so eventually I was like, you know what? I want to watch the movie again. And I tried to find it on anything, like even the not sites that we go on type things. And I just couldn't find it. So I was like, okay,
really?
please tell me the library has it. And they had the first one. So I ended up getting to see it for the first time in so many years. I think at least 10 years. And it is like a good movie, but it's still rough. But what was really good is the start of the movie. Like I remember like the first time watching it, I was so traumatized. Like my parents had to burn the disc and edit the thing to cut out the first part because I was so so bothered by the mistreatment of the dog. It was so good watching it this time though. I could clearly see that he didn't even touch the dog. I was like, oh good. But it was still rough, all the things that was happening to the dog. I was like, oh no. But it was so funny because I watched it with my mom, and yeah, like she was so like, oh my gosh, like because they apparently, like this was, well, maybe not 20 years ago, but like maybe 15 years ago, probably when they had the movie available for us, or maybe a little longer than that. Anyway, but they got it like from some sort of, that huge bin that Walmart has where it's like all so they
like
just
the
picked up a movie and they had no idea the kind of content and rough stuff that happens to the dog and everything, and so like they felt so bad that I'd been traumatized by it and whatever else. My mom did not remember all the stuff that happened, and so like trying to speak multiple times. She was like, "Oh my gosh!" Like she was actually exclaiming and everything. Well, yeah, it was a lot, but no, it was.
Let my kid watch those.
Sorry.
Like, why did I let my kid watch those?
Yeah, right. No, that's what she was thinking. But no, it was nice to watch again. But I wish I could watch the second one. Like the third one's available for me to watch, but I never liked the third one. But the second one, I can't seem to find it even at the library. I'm like, I was disappointed, but it was weird because it had this thing. It was like, those DVDs that have like the four. It could be like a collection of 4 movies or a collection of movies that are related. So it was like family fun or something like that, or family adventure. And so I had Shiloh and then 3 other movies, some sort of like Great Panda Adventure, this movie about a cheetah, and this movie about was it Flipper or something like that?
That's another one that made me cry.
Yeah,
I don't think with animal movies.
We tried every single other movie there. I couldn't stick around for Flipper. I was like, okay, this is old. I can't. And then we tried the panda. Nah. We did end up watching the cheetah movie. It was so cute. The cheetah was so cute, and it purred and meowed and chirped. And it was like, oh my gosh! But the movie itself, it was like, oh my gosh! But like every single thing, like every single person was in so much peril. It's like, yeesh. But it was so funny the way my mom was reacting. Like, it's like, hey, it's not real. They're okay. But obviously, like, it can be rough sometimes, Like, well, I don't know for sure. Maybe I didn't get emotional at all this time watching Shiloh, but it was still, you felt really bad and everything, But there were definitely some details I did forget about. But, it was nice to watch again. Even though it's, like, sad to deal with them. Like, where's the Happy Dog movies?
I know, right?
Like, how about the fact with Beethoven, the first one, the whole thing was like he had escaped from this lab that was doing experiments on animals. Like, it was pretty terrible.
I've never seen any of these movies.
Yeah. So, do you share your short stories, Robin, or do you just kind of like to keep them to yourself since they're not published yet?
You cut off in the middle of that.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No,
I was just asking, do you ever share your stories, the short stories you have, or do you not because it's not published yet?
I try not to publicly share them before they're published, just because if I post it somewhere, that's considered self-publication.
Yeah.
And then someone else can't buy it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So that's why I kind of am a little bit guarded about that kind of stuff. So yeah, no, pretty much like once it gets published, then I'll start.
Yeah, very, very, very cool and understandable. It's like, oh yeah, but with what you were sharing earlier today, I had thought it was you only read sci-fi and occasionally, like how Joharra was saying, only occasionally read other stuff. I didn't know it was actually.
Well, I think if you do like the math on it, I think it's probably like 75% sci-fi and then 25% occupies all the other genres.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? So like it is, mostly sci-fi. But I do sometimes I need like a palette cleanser. Different, genre of book sounds interesting that I want to try. So I do read outside of it, but yeah, I do.
I feel like for the most part, the only time I really read outside of it was. Oh, sorry.
No, I finished.
I think the only time I really read outside, except for once in a blue moon, if I do find something that sounds interesting, I know I want to read Final Girls.
Yeah.
I also want to read the I think it's a trilogy called Good Girl's Guide to Murder.
Oh yeah, we're gonna buddy read that, right?
Yeah. We will one of these days whenever we both want to read it.
Yeah.
Would be Erin Hunter's books, who's actually my favorite author despite not writing fantasy. They're the author of Seekers.
Oh yeah.
Which is one of my favorite books, as you guys know. Warriors, I always wondered what would be their official genre. For Seekers, I used to always say it was adventure with like a lot of action mixed in, I haven't actually read Survivors or Bravelands yet. I haven't read the first book of their newest series, Bamboo Kingdom, which would probably classify under as adventure as well. Warriors, probably more action than adventure because unlike Seekers and Bamboo Kingdom, they're not really traveling, Like, they're in the same place. There's just a lot more fighting. But then I started thinking Seekers technically has an element of fantasy in it because one of the characters is a shapeshifter.
Yeah.
He can shapeshift into any animal or even humans.
Yeah, so, that's definitely a fantastical element.
Yeah. But it's like the only fantasy element in the entire thing.
That's so crazy that it's like otherwise it's just, like action adventure and then here's like a random fantastical element.
Warriors doesn't have that from what I've read so far because I haven't finished it. Bamboo Kingdom, which is rarely new, doesn't have anything like that yet either. And I don't know about Survivors Bravelands because like I said, I haven't started those yet. So so far it's only Seekers that has that little fantasy element.
Yeah. Recently I went to the library and I ended up seeing those books there. Now, there was something else I was going to share, and I'm trying to remember what it was. Oh, so you know how I was talking about the Missing series by Margot Peterson Haddix earlier?
Yeah.
It was kind of funny. Like I said, in the 900 building in Chicago, they now have a bookstore. And so I've been in the bookstore. I went to the young adult section, and then I just was looking around as well. And it was so funny. It was there, wasn't it? Yes. Okay. At this place, ended up being one of those books. And it was a book I hadn't even heard of. I didn't know they had a book after Revealed. It was like, now I don't remember what it was called, but it was something else. And so they had a sequel. Like there was another part to the series. I didn't end up actually finishing that series. I think I stopped at like book 6. It was like dealing with Albert Einstein and other things. And I was just like, eh. I finished that one and I think that was it. So I stopped at 5, and I think the book I'd seen was book 8 or something, but I can't remember for sure. But I was like, oh, they had more. But that came out in 2015 apparently, and I never even heard of that specific one. I thought Revealed was the last one, but guess not. You wanted to be in the dark, huh, Robin?
My light bulb's actually blown out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I gotta go buy light bulbs tomorrow.
That's crazy.
It's not as dark as it seems. Like the sun is starting to set, but like it's still pretty bright out.
That's so funny how no, it really is funny how the
I
light
look
works
pretty dark,
because
so sorry.
when the sun was setting for me, it still looked like it was light out from at least from what I could tell with the way my screen was showing. It's like actually
Yeah.
it's way more orange than you guys are making it out to be, you know? It's weird how those things go. Also, yeah, like what you're saying with like when sometimes it's way brighter than it's showing to be, it's like, what's going on?
I know. It's gotta be whatever my camera is. I don't think it picks up light that well or something.
Yeah, you know what you're looking like right now? You look like you're in for one of those horror movies. She's like,
Oh yeah, this is found footage.
I'm like, yeah, creepy. No, suddenly
Oh my god, what was that?
listen, and then it's gonna just, you know,
Yeah.
you're like,
Tiffany, I know about
you were so
go over your head.
No, the attack will come from your fuzzy roommate. Well, your partially fuzzy roommate, like you said.
Yeah, he's been a little defuzzed.
Have you? I can't remember what you said. If your roommate had a music collection or a movie collection or both, like have
a little bit of both. His music collection's a lot bigger. He has a lot more records, but yeah, he does have a decent like movie collection. Actually, it was funny because like the one night, he was out of town for like about a few days, and so I was like, oh, I really want to watch this movie, and I couldn't find it on any streaming services, and I couldn't find it on other parts of the internet. And then so I was like, I just found something else. I think that was the night I watched Weird Al's movie. And then the following day, I'm like, you know, in the house, and then I look at his movie collection, and he has that exact movie on VHS, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm watching this tonight.
Exactly. That is so cool. Yeah, I was wondering if, like, you know, you were watching any of those. It is interesting, though, how, you know, there's so many movies out there, and people have vastly different movie collections, you know?
Yeah.
I don't really. I have a few movies on DVD because they were hard to find on like online and stuff. Some Barbie movies and one Bratz movie. But that's about it. Most things I either watch on a streaming service, or if I want to buy it because I can't find it anywhere, it will be on YouTube Movies, and then I'll just have it with me on the go.
Yeah.
That's why I own all the Monster High movies from G1.
Oh, nice.
It is so funny to me though, because me and my family, we've always been hardcore physical copy, even if we would stream, but it's like if we can watch it physically, we would. And we'd put it in the DVD player, Blu-ray player, whatever.
Yeah.
And now it's so much like, even if we have it, we're like, let's find it first or something. It's like, yeah. I mean, it's very easy. And also we have so many movies, so it's like, where is it? You know? So it's like, who needs it?
Yeah, my parents have kind of become the same way. Like growing up, we always had a lot of VHS and then a lot of DVDs. And then now it'll be like when I used to live with my parents, like my mom would like pull up a movie on Netflix. I'm like, we own this on DVD. And she's like, no, I want to watch it on Netflix. I'm like, okay, like we own it. So yeah.
It's just so much easier to do it on streaming services.
Yes, I'm like, well, like I guess like with Netflix it doesn't matter, but like with like Hulu, like we have ads.
Yeah, like the only time that I don't like it is the ads, but otherwise it's pretty easy to do. But it is just funny because like we were hardcore, and only a couple of years, or maybe 1 or 2 years ago, it started being more like this. It's like,
that's exactly how my parents are. Yeah, like that's probably when it changed too. It's just a few years ago.
Yeah, I don't know. It's wild, but I can't remember what exactly I was going to say. But I definitely, I don't know. I think I want to try more of like the not comic books like the superhero type ones, but like more like the graphic novel type things. Like I'd read this one last month. It wasn't exactly my fave. It was cute enough, but like, you know, it is nice to have more like the pictures with the words and stuff like that. Like I like that kind of stuff without it being kiddish, you know?
Yeah.
Like, it's like a kid's book. It's like it was fine, but needed something a little older, I think. But I do remember reading Smile. I think I was in 8th grade, maybe. Did you guys read that book?
I didn't.
Well, it was really interesting because, it was about her. At least I think it was about her real life. Like I know there were parts where it was true. Like I don't know if it was like partially her life or all of her life, but basically, so um, I think she was in middle school. But anyway, so she tripped and fell, and she had one of her teeth, came out. And so she had to wear these braces. And so basically, one of her other teeth was going to serve as one of her front teeth. It was very wild. Or it was she lost both of her front teeth. And so that's how they did it. The other teeth that are right there served as that. I don't know. I remember it being a good book. I had a pretty good time with it. And I know she's got one, Sisters, and something else. I never ended up reading Sisters, so I don't know. Like, I remember enjoying it, so I wonder if it would be any good. And then let me see if I could properly point. This is always so bad for me. Come on. There. Right before my vacation, my mom was really nice enough to get me this book. It's the Action Bible. So it's basically the Bible in graphic novel format. So it's like, oh my gosh, it's so cool. So I think that could be really fun to read, you know. But I definitely like the art format. It just has to be a good story, you know. Like I remember I didn't end up reading the actual book, but I did read Speak as a graphic novel. Like that was pretty good. Did you end up reading that book?
I read that as like a novel in the novel form,
Yeah.
as part of required reading in high school.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know if I missed some details because I got the graphic novel format, but I thought it was pretty good with like what they had drawn. Like, it definitely wasn't the most artistic, but like it got the job done for what it had, at least from what I can recall. Like, I know I was in high school reading it, but yeah, it was pretty good. But that's one thing. I wish there was more like novel to graphic novel format. I just don't see as many. I wish there were more of them. I think I would really enjoy those, you know?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I've definitely like seen a few that are like that, but I can't remember.
I know that Fangirl had gotten it in anime or manga format.
Oh, interesting.
I can't think of. There probably is, and I'm just not recalling. But yeah, like I would see that again. Also, so last year I had gone because this was the same hotel we'd gone to for the second trip last year, and so there's a Dollar Tree and a Five Below, and so I went over to the Dollar Tree last year. I was able to get a book for $1, a hardcover. I was like, oh, this is so awesome. So I went again for the trip, being like, there's got to be something, right? Oh, I was so disappointed in the selections. Super boring nonfiction type books. This, more like the financial kind of books. And then like there was one book, maybe, well, I don't know if you would have enjoyed it, Robin, but it was sci-fi, but it was like a romance sci-fi. Like I just don't know if you would have liked it. It was like some sort of space exploration type of thing. I don't know. It sounded weird because it was like they're sacrificing themselves. Like they sacrifice themselves and they get like this. For everyone else, it gives them life, like nutrients and pills.
Yeah.
I don't know. It sounded a little wild, but I was like, no. Like that's just not my style. But it was so cute because then I saw there were the really tiny books. It was Nancy Drew and the Clue Crew. Did you ever read that?
I haven't, no.
I remember really enjoying them, but I was so surprised. The first one was only 81 pages. I was like, what? Like it was really tiny. But it was kind of cool because it had, it had like chapter format, but they also had like, the little cartoon of her. And so like sometimes there would be the drawing of her and stuff. And that's why I'm thinking to myself, like, I wish there was more, even if you do the full novel format of something, you don't have to do the graphic novel, but I wish there was more artsy stuff in books.
Mhm.
You know, like I would like to see some, especially with how they describe it. Sometimes I'm like, I'd like an image to see what you're talking about. You know, I want
Yeah.
more illustrations. And I am very salty about the fact that there's a lot of illustrations that are only for the exclusive sorts of editions, like Fairy Loot and the other ones. It's like, hey, that's not fair to everyone else. Don't like it. Don't like it. So, I don't know. I want to get more into drawing, and maybe I can find more books that are the graphic novel type things. You know, like there was this
Sure.
wild one that some sort of graphic novel that was available through the library, but it was like our children keep dying or something weird like that. It was like the kids kept going missing or something. I don't know. It sounded a little wild and a little too dark for me. I was like, I don't know about that.
I've been thinking about rewatching some of my horror movies I own on YouTube Movies.
Oh,
Um,
oh no.
or thriller
Scary.
movies. I know I want to rewatch the Conjuring movies because I absolutely love those. And I'm trying to think because I own several horror movies. I have Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters, which is really good. There's Truth or Dare. There's Ouija.
Mhm.
And I own the first two Conjurings. And there was something. I think there's more, but I can't think of them all now. I own several movies on YouTube, so it's hard to think about all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't. Robin, do you read? I'm sorry. Watch scary movies or horror movies?
I have to like be in the right mood for it. Yeah. And
Okay.
I can be a little finicky about like what kind of horror I like.
Yeah, right.
I used to be really bothered by horror too. I think I mentioned that, like, especially when talking about Nightmare on Elm Street. When I was a kid, I was like too scared to watch that. Like, just the concept freaked me out.
I was
Yeah.
like, this is just an average. I don't know if this is, so I don't know if this is my actual age. I just know that I've been watching Nightmare on Elm Street and Scream for as long as I can remember. So
Yeah.
I'm going to say average of before I was 10, maybe I've been watching those. So, like I said, I do not remember a time in my life where I did not enjoy watching these movies constantly. They still remain to be two of my favorite horror movies. They were the first two I was introduced to, and for the longest time, they were the only two I ever saw because my mom was not a horror fan, and those were the only two horror movies she liked. So those were the ones I watched because I didn't know how to find any others.
Yeah.
But then we moved to Florida, and I got to get close to my aunt, my mom's sister, who's a big horror person, and she introduced me to so many horror movies, and we were horror binging constantly. And yeah, because it was funny because when she wanted to bond with me and Fantasia separately, so she took us both at different times to the movies at the mall, and we got to choose which movie we want to see. And they were playing the first Conjuring movie, which, as you know, I am now obsessed with. And she had lived in Florida my entire life, so I wasn't really that close to her. You know, I didn't really ever get to hang out with her except for every so often when she would visit her, we would visit her. But so when she asked me which movie I wanted to watch, I immediately chose The Conjuring because I've been seeing trailers for it for weeks, and I've been wanting to watch it so badly. And I was so excited that I finally could. And she was surprised. She didn't realize I liked horror. But then after we saw the movie, she called my mom and apologized. I was like, I don't know if you let your kids watch horror movies. And it was funny. But my mom didn't care. Like I said, I've been watching Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street my entire life. So I was 13 at the time. But Conjuring. But yeah, so I bought her over horror movies. I know she's the one that introduced me to Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters. And yeah, I absolutely love horror movies. But I actually got my mom to watch some since I've discovered more. I got her to watch some more. I got her to watch Ouija. The first two Conjurings. She doesn't really remember the second one. She only watched it once. But trying to think. I think I got her to watch Hansel and Gretel Witch Hunters too.
and Truth or Dare. So yeah, I got her to watch several that you never would have watched if I wasn't a huge horror movie junkie.
Yeah. I'm starting to get creeped out by Robin's. Oh, that was like so creepy.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I think I'm probably
Like,
gonna
I'm
wrap
not
up since
some
I'm not
like
sitting in
scaredy
darkness.
cat, but it's like, ooh, you know.
Yeah.
Would
That
you say
really
Robin?
would be like the perfect aesthetic for some sort of creepy stuff, you know.
Yeah.
Perfect lane for it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up. Like,
Yeah, me too. I'm tired.
because I'm
Yeah,
like,
sure.
tired of sitting.
Hey,
in
we
the
did
darkness.
this for 6 hours.
Yeah, which is pretty good. So
yeah.
Yeah.
That's
No,
longest
and
one we've done in a
it's
while.
a good time for me because, you know, I started this at 5 and then now it's 11 for me. So, you know.
Oh my god, yeah, it's pretty late for you guys. Yeah, it's only 8 for me, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, it's pretty good. But I'm glad we got to do this, you know.
Yeah, I got so much done.
Yeah, I hope we can do it more often, but obviously it just depends on your guys' schedules. And like I said, I have an interview tomorrow, so I hope maybe I'll have a schedule too.
Yeah.
But
Well,
I'll have
good
to
luck
see.
tomorrow at your interview.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. So did you guys want to share anything else about your channels or anything?
I don't have anything coming up on my channel, so
I just have the writing vlog.
yeah.
I mean, it might come up this month. It depends on when I finish this book, because I probably won't have it come up until the first draft is done, just so I can be like, hey, the first draft is done, yay! And then and it also depends on when I'm gonna feel like editing it. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want it to be up late. I know it's gonna be up next month for sure, but when next month is the question.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you everyone for coming on. You know, we'll see which channel will go on next for the live shows. So thank you so much again, and we'll see you next time. Bye.
Good night, everyone.